Indians. A couple of pieces of good news for the Orioles before the ball game today. One, Felix P.A., who had to come out of the ball game last night with a cramp or maybe a pulled hammy. They're really not being specific in describing that today, but supposedly he is available to play, will be on the bench. However, Felix P.A. will not have to start in this game because the Orioles are going to get back their regular center fielder.
Well, this is a great piece of news because Adam Jones has been battling back spasms. He came out earlier today, did a lot of running, did some agility drills, took some extra swings, and getting him back in the lineup is a real bonus. Adam's had a phenomenal season as he's taken over every day playing in center field. And the thing about Adam is he's growing himself. He, too, is one of the youngsters on this road organization, and what they need now is Adam healthy. 41 multiple hit games, that's third on the ball club. He's hit .317 with runners in scoring position, and he's been out since Sunday when he took an awkward swing against Mark Burley. Had a base hit and an RBI, but he had to leave the game. You don't want to force anybody back into the lineup until they're 100%, at least close to 100%. That's where Adam is tonight.
He said he feels fine. He's never had any back problem before. That's another good sign. This was just something he did in that swing, so hopefully that will not come back to hurt him again here in the final month of the season. Orioles are taking the field. We are about set to go. First pitch will be coming up when we return to Camden Yards. It's the Orioles and the Indians. Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your next trip at southwest.com. That look good or what, huh? Well, for Harold Baines, the day today, the luncheon yesterday, and then the formal induction here at the ballpark tonight prior to the game. 46th member of the Orioles to be inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame. St. Michael's, Maryland, of course, where he spent growing up years and parts of 7 seasons with the Baltimore Orioles. And Julie Wagner, also the Herb Armstrong Award, inducted into the Hall for her work in the front office with community relations. And we congratulate them both. Let's take a look at the starting lineups we'll see tonight. First of all, for the Cleveland Indians, it'll be Sizemore, Cabrera, and Chu, Peralta, Valbuena, Laporta, Marte, Shopik, and Jimenez. That's a much changed lineup even from last night.
Well, it sure is, and they have really gotten younger as well. Let's take a look at the PNC scouting report for Chris Tillman.
fastball and a two-seamer. He used it a little bit more in his last outing against the Twins and used it effectively. Curveball, changeup. No home runs in his last start. First time in his big league career he's done that. And they've made some alignments with his adjustments with his alignment to the plate. Throws a little bit across his body, but they're trying to keep his shoulders square, and that will enable him to be more consistent with his delivery and throw more strikes.
There are the numbers. Just 3 hits more than innings pitched. You're trying to keep that below if you possibly can. And Tillman, in just his 7th start, 18 strikeouts, 14 walks. So the Indians, who were beaten in the ballgame last night, 13-4 after winning the opener in this series, will have Grady Sizemore leading it off. He had the leadoff homer in Game 1. He's gone 3 for 9 in the first 2 games of this series. And Tillman's delivery is a fastball up high, and we are underway. Grady Sizemore making the start in center field. Dangerous fastball hitter, especially early in the ball game for the long ball. He's got 18 of them. Fouls that one back, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count from Tillman. Tillman gets 63% of leadoff batters out. He wants to up that to try and get around that 70% mark, which is where they like to be, starters. 1-1 delivery on the way. Sizemore will take the pitch away for a ball.
Looks as though we are down. Yeah, down an umpire at second base. I believe it's Jeff Nelson, who had joined this crew last night, and it appears as though, at least for the time being, he's not available.
That ball is popped up to shallow center field. Jones coming in. He's under it, and he has it. And Grady Sizemore is retired.
Well, let's take a look at the defense. Good to have Adam Jones back in center field. And you look at Raimo, Jones, and Markakis. This is a fixture in the outfield. This is their everyday outfield. More is Stewart, Robertson, Wigginton. 27th start for Ty Wigginton at first base. And Chad Moeller is behind the plate. Interesting lineup tonight as both catchers, Chad Moeller and Pat Wieters, are in the lineup.
That is something Dave Tremblay wants to do in the final month. Perhaps have them in more often and have some DH duties for Wieters, and why probably in September in the call-up they would like to get a 3rd catcher up here. So they'll probably have 3 catchers once the rosters are expanded. 1 strikeout. Asdrubal Cabrera. Cabrera is a red-hot hitter, and the pitch is taken away. He's moved his average to 9th best at .314 in the American League. Having a tremendous month of August, hitting .370, 14 RBIs. Number 2 hitter in the lineup. 1-1 delivery to him. Cabrera will foul that one away off the fists, and 1-2.
I talked to Cabrera today about his batting style. He chokes up on the bat, and he will even choke up a little further with 2 strikes. I asked him about that, how long he'd been using it, and he said, well, I've been using it quite a while. Then he admitted this is the first year he's really used it every day, but with 2 strikes he even chokes up a little further for better bat control.
1-ball, 2-strike count. It's working, helping his average and still getting the extra base hits. He'll take that one the other way. It was interesting as you were telling me about the size bat that he uses.
Yeah, he uses a very short bat to begin with, 33.5 inches long, and then he chokes up about 3 inches, so effectively it's about a 29-inch bat. But he's got great control of it, and he can really cover and defend the plate with 2 strikes.
1-2 delivery on the way to Cabrera, up high. For Tillman, the left-hander's hitting .246 off him. The right-hander's .314. Interesting. Those numbers would be backwards if you go by, in quotes, the book. Should be the other way around. 2-2 delivery on the way, and the fastball away, 3-2.
I have a theory about that. I think because he uses his changeup more to left-handed hitters, it's been easier for him to control the left-handers. He has a 3rd pitch, and he's going to get more comfortable with his changeup and eventually bring it into the mix against right-handers as well, and that's when that average will come down.
Here's the 3-2 delivery, and that'll be in the air to left center field. Going back is Jones. Jones warning track at the wall, reaching, and he got it. Oh, what a catch! Adam Jones back into the lineup has a bad back no longer. A spectacular play by the Orioles center fielder.
And you're going to see a couple of different looks here, and watch how he looks to see where the fence is. Right there, he looks, he knows he has enough room, and literally takes it right off of the wall. One little glance to see where the warning track was, and gloved it before he got to the wall. What a terrific play, and welcome back to the lineup, Adam Jones.
Buck, if we look at that on replay, I think that was gone.
Yeah, it was close.
It was very close to being out of the yard. If he doesn't haul it in, the camera angle sometimes is misleading on that. But boy, it sure looked like it, because that ball was up and appeared to be capable of going over the fence. So Jones with a great defensive play. Here is Sin-Soo Choo, good friend of Adam Jones, actually. Choo's got a 3-game hit streak going. He's had a strong series against the Orioles, going 5 for 8, and as a result has pumped his average up to the .303 mark. You see, batting third in the order, and that is taken outside, and a 1-ball 1-strike count. Well, that'll ignite the crowd early in this ball game on a tremendous catch made by Jones in center. Boy, does that ever help a pitcher. Tillman's 1-1 delivery on the way. Because Tillman, like many starters, this is the inning where he has given up the most runs. 5 runs scored against him in the first inning in the 6 previous starts he's had. So any help you get in that first inning in particular matters. 2-1 delivery, fouled back by Choo. 2-2.
And the reason that most pitchers struggle in the first inning is they're trying to get into the flow of the game. They're trying to control their motions. They're trying to keep the adrenaline down, all the while facing the toughest part of the lineup. And the hitters nowadays, Gary, you understand this, they can hit in the cage right before the game, take a few swings, get loose, where Tillman had a long wait because of the ceremonies, the national anthem.
2-2 delivery on the way, and a ground ball towards the hole. Wigginton diving, he's got it. Tillman covering and got him. Hello, D. Ty Wigginton, the ground ball stop, and a nice lead to Tillman. It's a defensive first. Jones maybe preventing a home run, certainly an extra base hit, and the final out with a play, Wigginton to Tillman.
Nelson, we're told he had to leave shortly before the game because of a family emergency. Crew Chief Tim Sheeta will be roaming between second and third in order to cover for him. We don't know if Jeff Nelson will be back for tomorrow. If he's not able to return, we believe that a replacement umpire will be sent here to cover that game. Gary?
All right, Evan, thank you very much, and we certainly hope for Jeff and the family that not serious. There's Tim Sheeta, he's the crew chief, and he's working down there at third base. 3-man crew.
PNC scouting report for the left-hander Jeremy Sowers. Fastball, curveball, cutter, and a changeup. He's kept his home runs down. Last year he allowed 18 home runs. So far this year just 8. And he's tough to run on. He does a nice job at controlling the running game. Only 4 steals in 6 attempts.
Brian Roberts will lead it off against the left-hander. And Brian will take it for a strike.
Jeremy Sowers not overpowering, but they want him to be more aggressive. This is his 17th start. He's made one relief appearance in his big league career. That came earlier in the season.
0-1 delivery on the way. Roberts has hit Jeremy Sowers well, 5 for 11. Better than anybody else in the lineup, although there haven't been a lot of at-bats by anybody against Sowers. The Orioles just don't play the Indians that often. 1-1 trying to bunt for a base hit at third. Scoop, running throw. Oh, fine play. And the D just keeps on coming. Peralta with a pickup on what looked like it was going to be a base hit, and Marte with a nice scoop at first.
Ryan Roberts doesn't bunt that often, and Johnny Peralta was deep at third, but he's got that shortstop arm, and that really helps him a lot when he's moved over to third base, and he gets a nice scoop from Andy Marte.
Wow. These guys bought their gloves for this game tonight.
Yeah, we might see a no-hitter the way defense is playing.
Jeez. You can't get a hit. Here is Cesar Torres. As Torres moves up to the number 2 spot for the ball game tonight with the left-hander, Dave Tremblay getting a right-handed hitting lineup in there. As Torres has a 1 for 8 in this series. A couple of the Orioles, including Cesar Torres, have had the numbers go down a bit. Only 7 hits in his last 40 at-bats since the middle of August. Just a 175 mark for the second half of the month. 1-1 delivery down to third and foul. Count will go to 1-2.
Yeah, and this is literally why they call it the dog days of August. Everybody's wearing down a little bit, even though Caesar missed about 30 days because of his appendicitis and subsequent surgery. But you just got to dig down deep, try to get into the month of September and get re-energized a bit.
1-2 delivery off the end of the bat to center field. Sizemore. 2 down. Let's take a look at the rest of the lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. For the Orioles, at the top you've seen Roberts as Torres, then Jones, Markakis, Reimold, and Wieters, Mora, Wigginton, and Chad Moeller. 85 degrees at game time, virtually no breeze. It's a nice summer evening. Warm, a little bit on the humid side, mostly blue skies here at Camden Yards tonight. Jones back in the lineup, first ball hitting, and he fouls it away.
Well, Adams been chomping at the bit to get back in the game, and judging by that great defensive play, he's 100% ready to go. He took an awkward swing last Sunday in his first at bat against Mark Burley on a changeup, kind of reached for it and hooked it into left field. And then his back seized up on him. He went through back spasms.
0-1 delivery to him. Fastball by Sowers up high. Adam, too, has had a bit of a struggle. 7 for his last 47. That's a 149 batting average over the last 13 games for the Orioles All-Star. But a 283 season. And that's a chopper he fouled off. Hit him in the batter's box. Count will stay at a ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, and all of these guys you mentioned just slumping a little bit. And the beauty of playing every day, you're going to get 4, maybe 5 at bats a night. You can turn it around quickly. Got about 33 games left in the season, and you really have to grind and try to put together a hot streak. His numbers against lefties, not what you would think, given his dominance as a right-handed hitter, but that ball inside can cause him problems from time to time.
Adam Jones behind on the count 1-2. Sowers got it in, and that one's going to be fouled away, and there'll be no play in that either. Jones hit 256 off the left-handers last year. Exactly the same number this year.
Right, and when a young hitter comes to the big leagues, and obviously you're concerned about the right-handers covering the slider, taking care of the outer 3/4 when you're facing him, and then you start to deal with the adjustments against left-handers, the ball coming into you, the breaking ball to that back foot. So now you've got to figure out how to be short and quick and get to that inside pitch.
1-2 delivery, and again he will fight that one off. 2 down, nobody on. And Jones battling against Jeremy Sowers and forcing him get that pitch count up. Sowers was on his way to a very quick inning until Jones started fouling him off and got it up to 12. Pitchers try and stay around that 14-15 pitch per inning mark. If you can do that, probably means you're having a pretty good game. Adam 1 for 8 lifetime off the left-hander, and that one is going to be away. Evens the count up, 2 balls and 2 strikes. One more game against the Cleveland Indians. That will come tomorrow. The afternoon game to round out the 4-game set. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Another foul ball. Brian Mattis 2-2 for the Orioles, and Justin Masterson, who's 4-5, will be on the mound for Cleveland. Then the Yankees will be coming to town Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. All-night game, 7:05.
Yeah, Masterson was acquired in the trade with the Boston Red Sox that sent Victor Martinez to Boston. Masterson, they're not really sure how they're going to end up using him. They're starting him right now.
And Jones really battling. Won't bite on that pitch, and the count is full now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Orioles last night, 6 members in the lineup had RBIs. The team went 15 for 36 as a team last night. The second highest run and hit total in the year. 13 runs on 15 hits. 3-2 delivery on the way, and Jones gets a walk. And he earned that one.
Well, behind Sowers, the Indians defense has gotten very athletic. Laporta, Sizemore, and Jimenez in the outfield. Peralta has moved from short to third. He looks very comfortable there. And because of Cabrera now playing short, the infield defense has really tightened up. Valbuena, Marte on the right side, and Kelly Shoppett, who really understands the importance of his role as a catcher, trying to help these young pitchers out here in Cleveland.
Nick Markakis with 2 down. Jones on at first base. Nick has gone 3 for 10 in the first 2 games of the series, and he will foul that one away. The Orioles offense highly productive last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and you see where they rank in the American League, or in the big leagues for that matter, for a couple of weeks. First in doubles, and this is a doubles hitting machine. Boy, they can really hit some doubles, and I love that. That really keeps pressure on the pitcher when he's constantly looking at that runner in scoring position.
0-1 delivery on the way to Markakis, will be inside and high. Nick hitting .282 off left-handers. You see the .305 number that he's put up overall. Markakis' numbers are almost exactly the same against lefties as they were last year. A few points higher at the end of last season. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Jones getting a look at first. Breaking ball, and that's going to miss up high. And the count goes to 2-1. Markakis has had one of the continuing hot bats in the lineup, even though he went through an 0 for 10 spurt that had existed coming into this series. He has been Mr. Consistency on the season. Right around that 300 mark all year. 2-1 delivery. Markakis takes that one to right field. An Adam ball. Jimenez misjudged it. It's over his head. Jones is going to come around to score. And going in with a double and an RBI. Markakis and a 1-0 Orioles lead.
But there's another one of those doubles. And Jimenez, the right fielder, just didn't get a good read on it. This ball was scorched. A 2-1 fastball, and he hammers it on the line, and Jimenez took a fatal step in, and then that ball sails right over his glove. Adam Jones gets a great break. He never really hesitates, and then turns it on as he goes around second base and gets the go-ahead from Juan Samuel. Boy, he looks good, doesn't he?
Ooh.
Yeah, it looks like he has no hangover from that back problem.
And it was that walk that gave the Orioles the chance. Here's Reimold, a slow roller to short. Cabrera the running throw, and will get him. But the Orioles get a run and a hit. And Nick Markakis picks up the RBI, his 89th of the year. $99 worth of American Classic scratch-off tickets from the Maryland Lottery for every Oriole home run hit tonight. If you'd like to have a chance to win, enter logging in MASNsports.com. 1-0 lead for the O's. Chris Tillman back out. Peralta will lead it off. And Peralta takes the pitch on the outside corner for a strike.
Gary, that first inning is a perfect example of why you need to improve your defense. Chris Tillman could have given up a run had not he had the great defensive play both center field and first base. Jeremy Sauer gives up a run because the play wasn't made in right field. And when you're trying to turn your club around, you tighten up the defense first, especially with young pitchers. It gives them the confidence. Tillman's thinking, hey, you can hit it anywhere. My guys are going to catch it.
0-2 count on Johnny Peralta. Peralta, the slow roller to short as Torres up. 1-out.
Boy, the defense on your toes. Four-seam fastball, that's his bread and butter. He throws that an awful lot, throws it 93, 94 miles an hour. This is a spike curveball, and they're trying to get him to deliver it more consistently so it's more effective as a strike. And the changeup. He's got a four-seam grip on that changeup because when it comes out of his hand, it has the same rotation as his fastball. Hitters see the rotation, they think fastball, and they're out in front of it.
Luis Valbuena, 2 for 9 in the series. Valbuena, one of many on this Indians team that's looking to make a mark for playing time for next season. Valbuena's had a couple of hits and 9 at-bats in the first 2 games of this series. He played at AAA Columbus to begin the year. Came up early, though, on May 2nd. 1-0 delivery on the way. Valbuena takes that to center. Adam Jones started in, backs up, and he's good. 2 down.
You know, the importance of a pitcher having confidence in his defense, you just can't put a number on it, because when pitchers have a porous defense behind them, they think they have to strike everyone out. And then when you take that mindset, you know, you're thinking about a strikeout on the first pitch, trying to be perfect. And when you throw a couple pitches, you find yourself down 2 balls, no strikes, then you got to groove one, and you're getting, you know, hit around the ballpark.
Well, so far playing some great D. Matt Laporta, power hitter, 9-game hit streak for Laporta. Hitting at .260. Talking about players who are making a statement. Matt Laporta is doing that for the Cleveland Indians. He's hit safely in all 9 games since being recalled from the minors. .343, 12 for 35 over that time. He's homered in 2 of the last 3 games. And he takes that one to center field for a base hit. He stays hot. And there's the first hit for the Indians. 2 down and 1 on. On Monday, the Yankees come to town to begin a 3-game series with the O's. Final chapter in this classic rivalry in the East. Great seats still available. Tuesday, don't miss Ollie's Bargain Night, presented by Ollie's Bargain Outlet. Upper reserve seats only $8. 888-848-BIRD, Orioles.com.
Great test for the young pitching staff of the Orioles. The Yankees are red hot. They put up a 10 spot today against the White Sox, who won an extra innings last night. So you want to play with the best, you got to beat the best. And we're going to see Pettit, Burnett, and Sabathia for the Yankees in the 3-game series.
Guthrie, Hernandez, and Birkin for the O's. Runner at first, 2 down. Breaking ball in for a strike. Marte, he's got a 9-game hit streak going as well. You got back-to-back 9-game hit streaks in the order. Marte had a 7 for 40 through 12 games before he started this hit streak. He's hitting .407 during the streak. Ties a career high for him in hit streaks. That one blocked. Chad Moeller over to get it. The Yankee game Buck was talking about. The Yankees beat Chicago 10-0 today. A 1-hitter. Maitre, the number 5 starter, 6 1/3, no runs on 1 hit. Godin came on and pitched the last 2 2/3 and didn't give up a hit.
Yeah,
Maitre had to come out of the game.
Yeah, he got hit by a line drive on the forearm. He left the game, and Chad Rodin came in and just continued to do what Maitre had done to the White Sox hitters. And I guess after the game, Ozzie Guillen went off again on his club.
Foul back. They only hit a double picked up by Jim Thome.
Robbie Cano had 3 more hits in the game today. Last night he had a game-winning 3-run home run.
The Yankees have to be wishing the playoffs started tomorrow. Really, I mean, they're playing right now the way you want to go into the postseason. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Runner on at first base. Marte at the plate will take it outside, and the count will go to 2-2. Marte's had 3 hits, 7 at bats against the Orioles. Orioles have the 1-0 lead on the Marquez RBI double. Wigginton holding the bag on Laporta, who's not a base stealer. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Slider will miss outside, and Tillman takes the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Chris here at home has pitched, had 3 starts. He's 1-0. ERA of 4.7 at home. Kicked off his career against Kansas City in a no decision. Got the win here on August 14 against the Angels. 3-2 runner going. Popped up first base side towards the seats and out of play.
Andy Marte was a top prospect in the Braves organization as a third baseman. Cleveland traded for him to utilize him at third, and he never got the bat going. So they have moved him now to first base, went down to the minor leagues, worked at first base, and he's always had a lot of promise as a hitter, and maybe now that he's more comfortable defensively, his bat's going to come around for the Indians.
Vying for positions. Marte another one. 3-2 count. Runner will be going again. Laporta. And the 3-2 is laced to center. Jones over. Will have to play it on a hop. Laporta heads to third. Throw to second to hold the runner, and the Indians with 2 down have back-to-back hits, first and third now. Marte's got a 10-game hit streak, just like Laporta. Now Kelly Shoppach will be coming to the plate. Tillman being talked to by the veteran Chad Moeller.
Short and sweet message, and I'm sure it has something to do with continue to stay aggressive. Let's don't throw these guys so many pitches where they have a read, and then you get into a 3-2 count, and they're pretty confident they're going to get a fastball. Those signs right there are the defensive signals for first and third defense should Marte break for second.
Kelly Shoppach has not had a hit in his last 22 at-bats. 0 for 22. And the pitch is outside for a ball. He's got the lowest batting average in the American League over the last 10 days. Overall, hitting at just .203 on the season. He's had a couple of at-bats in the first 2 games of this series, 0 for 2.
Yeah, last year he had kind of a breakout season. He had 21 home runs, filling in for Victor Martinez, who was dealing with a lot of injuries last year.
Chases the high fastball, and it goes to 1-1. Tillman trying to work his way out of this and protect the Orioles' 1-0 lead. Last night, Cleveland went 2 for 14 with runners in scoring position. They had chances, including 2 innings with the bases loaded. 1-1 delivery on the way. Shoppach will take the fastball up high. 2-1. This is a guy, based on how he's working right now, you want to get. Eric Wedge is hoping he breaks out of his slump right here. But as a pitcher, you've looked at the lineup before the game started, and when you came to Shoppach, you said, don't fool around here, just get him. 3 ball, 1 strike count.
And right now, Tillman can't get the ball down. Chad Moeller's trying to emphasize the low target. If he can't get Tillman focused down, you see that motion right there. Let's get down on a downhill angle. It's kind of pushing the ball a little bit to the plate, and that's causing it to stay up in the zone and out of it.
3-1. Runners off first and third. Shoppach will foul it away. 3-2.
That was interesting the way Moeller set up there. He set up right down the middle, obviously not wanting to walk the 8-hitter in this situation, and continues to encourage Chris Tillman. Little glance over to remind him who's on deck.
Chad wearing one of those old catcher's masks, the wire mask behind the plate. Don't see a lot of those around anymore. It's got little broader, longer wire framing. 3 ball, 2 strike count, 2 down. Runner first will be going. Runners on at first and third. Shopik takes that one to right field. Marquette is coming, and he's got it. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. 2 are left on base. Orioles lead it 1-0.
Back at the yard, Matt Wieters has been swinging a hot bat lately. He has a 5-game hit streak going, and of course the last thing Dave Tremblay wants to do is take him out of the lineup. But Dave did want to give his legs a little bit of a rest, so that's why we're seeing him as the Orioles DH today. Now September 1st, when the rosters expand and the third catcher is called up, Dave Tremblay said he will have the option to DH Matt a little bit more often, but he didn't say whether or not he would choose to do that. When I asked Matt what he thought about the prospect of DHing a little more in September, he said, yeah, it's always good to get a little bit of a rest without losing at bats, but at the same time, what I want to do towards the end of the season is see these young pitchers as much as possible, get as much experience together as we can going into the off season. So Matt Wieters, a true catcher, he knows his job is behind the plate, Gary.
And he loves doing it, and obviously that makes a world of difference for him, but he'll certainly get the at bats, as Amber said, whether he's catching or not. It is in there for a strike to him. Matt's got a 5-game hit streak.
Well, it's important that Matt Wieters catches a lot in September because of the teams you're playing. Playing the Yankees, you're playing the Red Sox, Tampa Bay. Those are the teams that obviously are in your division, so you've got to learn about your pitchers pitching to those lineups. Last night he had a great night at the plate. Opposite field double in the second inning that drove in the first run, and then he gets an RBI on this great at bat, pulls the ball past the first baseman. Another double that came in the 6th inning, and Matt had a career high 4 RBIs and 3 hits.
0-2 delivery in the air to center field. That's the New York Times base hit right there. He is on with a single. He's got a 6-game hit streak now. Wieters on.
Well, that's when you know you're hot, when they start falling like that.
Yeah.
And for some people that are scratching their head going, what in the world's a New York Times base hit? Hit it with a rolled up newspaper.
Exactly. Last night he became the first Oriole rookie with 3 hits, at least 3 hits and 4 RBIs since Geronimo Gil, who was also a catcher with the Orioles back in 2001, was the last to do that.
Yeah, and he's really starting to come along. Obviously, I think he understands his role first and foremost is behind the plate, and now that he's a little more comfortable there, the bat's coming around.
Taken outside by Melvin Mora. Orioles have their 2nd hit. Wieters on at first, leadoff single. Sowers has retired 69% of leadoff batters. Good number. But the Orioles get the leadoff man on in the bottom half of the 2nd inning. Melvin Mora 3 for 8 in the series, hitting at .256. Melvin will watch the pitch. It's on the outside corner for a strike. And it's 1-1. Mora trying to finish up strong. More of the extra base hits have come along over the last couple of weeks. He had gone into a stretch, a long stretch of a couple of months where every hit Melvin got was a single. The Orioles obviously need some extra base hits out of him in light of the position he hits in the lineup. The fact he's been moved down, that's the reason why. Fouled away again. And a pitch bearing in on him. And a 1-ball 2-strike count. Where will Melvin be next year? Probably not at third base for the Orioles.
Yeah, he is at the end of his contract. They have a option on his contract, and obviously he makes a lot of money. It'll be interesting to see how they address it. There's always been talk about how they're going to handle the corner positions next year.
1-ball 2-strike count. Wieters short lead at first base. Sauers got it in. Mora pops it up. Shallow right, second baseman. Buena's back, and he's got it.
Changeup had Mora out on that front foot. He got underneath it and popped it to the infield. Sauers really has a very good changeup and the kind of delivery where he comes through with pretty good arm action. See how he's on that front foot. All of his strength is gone. His timing is disrupted, and he gets underneath it and pops it straight up.
Sauers gets the out. Mora back to the bench. Ty Wigginton, 241 off the lefties.
And obviously you're talking about corners next year. Ty Wigginton's got to have an opportunity to play one of those positions in my mind. First or third.
Or he becomes the utility infield player on the ball club.
Well, I think this is a philosophical point in the history of this organization when you have to determine where are you? Where are you in the competition in the American League East? Are you there where you want to make a big commitment to free agent this offseason? Or do you wait until the end of next season? He is really getting more comfortable at first base. This play in the first inning ended the first inning on a diving grab and a throw to Tillman covering first. I spoke to him about his preference where he'd want to play, and he just flat out said, just play me.
Yeah, he does not care.
He doesn't care where he plays. He just likes the opportunity to be in the lineup.
1-ball 1-strike delivery on the way. Luke Scott getting some time. He's not in the game tonight with a left-hander on the mound, which is another consideration of what happens with Luke Scott. He's not hitting lefties well at all. Luke getting a chance at first base too, but in fairness to Luke, first base is not a position that he's probably going to play very much of.
No, you know, obviously it's foreign to him. He's done a lot of hard work trying to get comfortable over there, and so far it's not been a disaster, and he's trying to get a little more comfortable.
That one towards the hole. Nice play. Cabrera to get in front of it, and they turn the double play. Cabrera, Valbuena, and Marte, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. The Orioles leading it 1-0. About the difference of getting in front of a ball and playing it or side saddling it.
One more step and he gets right in front of the ball, and it makes a great feed to Valbuena at second. And watch how he gets his body in front of it so he can field it literally with two hands, gets him into a real good position to make a strong. Look at the throw. Right in the belly of the second baseman. Perfect throw for him to handle and turn two on. I mean, that's as fundamentally sound as you can get.
A lot of shortstops would have played that with a backhand play, and they would not have had the balance to make the throw. It's that little extra effort, and that resulted in the double play. We go to the top of the third inning. Chris Jimenez takes the pitch for a strike. Jimenez, a 1-for-1 in the first two games, getting a chance as a starter in this one. He played at Columbus, where he hit .235 in 39 games. He's been a utility player in the minor league level, catcher, left field, first base, and he's getting a chance in this ball game playing in right field.
In this day and age, when most teams carry 12 pitchers, players like Jimenez are pretty valuable, especially since he can catch.
Oh, he will never want to see that swing again.
No, that's not one you're going to save. He got fooled. It was a late breaking curveball. He said, fastball, take it. No, it's going to be a strike. Oops. That's not very pretty.
No. Happens to the best of them.
I've done that a few times myself.
1 ball, 2 strike count. And Jimenez watched the fastball away. Batting in the 9 spot, Sizemore and Cabrera. Skies are getting very dark at Camden Yards. We had beautiful blue skies to start this game, and it isn't the nightfall that's creating the darkness. Here's the 2-2 delivery on the way. To short is Torres. Snow coned it and got him. The Orioles and Masson have teamed up to make O's tickets even more affordable for the final month. Masson maximum access tickets, upper level, $1 for any non-prime home game in September and October. Maximum access tickets, first come, first serve. And you got to get them at least 24 hours in advance. Seating is limited. Orioles.com, $1. We will match any price.
$1.
$1.
Lots of seats.
Come on out. And the season does run into October for those who may not have looked at the schedule. This year the regular season doesn't end until the first Sunday. I think it's the 4th.
Yeah, 4th of October will be the final season. Final day of the season.
1-0 count. Grady Sizemore takes a strike. He flied out to center field his first time up. One ball, 1 strike, 1 down. Wind picking up, blowing out towards left field at the moment. That ball hit that way, and that'll end up over in the seats as a foul ball. 1-2, and Grady Sizemore. Chris Tillman, overall batting average by opponents against him is at .281 on the year. 1-2 delivery, and Sizemore takes it. It just missed inside to him, and will even the count up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. All of the young pitchers of the Orioles will be closely watched as to innings pitched, pitches thrown in the final month of the season. 2-2 delivery on the way. Again towards left, Reimold. Able to keep his footing as he came off the field and onto the warning track and caught it in foul territory and almost stumbled.
Yeah, this is really quite a contrast going from the grass to the artificial warning track, and you can see the grass gave way under his left foot, and that is an artificial warning track in that it's rubberized. And it obviously doesn't have much give to it, but he almost went down. He kept his balance. There you can see the divot he left just before he got onto that rubberized warning track.
And he's got a bad ankle and a bad knee and a bad Achilles tendon. Here's Cabrera, and he will take the pitch up high for a ball. Cabrera robbed of an extra base hit, maybe a home run, and a catch made by Adam Jones in the first inning. Cabrera, 9th best average in the American League, starting today's play. Tillman falls behind on the count, 2-0. Joe Mauer leading the league at 372, well ahead of Ichiro at 359. 2-0 delivery to him. That's going to be fouled away. Mauer is not among the top 10 home run hitters, nor the top 10 in RBIs, but does have that lead in the batting race.
Yeah, Mauer's just out of the top 10. He's got 25 home runs. The 10th number is 27. Miguel Cabrera and Nelson Cruz both have 27.
And foul ball the other way again.
How about Carlos Pena? Has he gotten hot? He's got 37 home runs now.
And he's got 91 RBIs.
Yeah, and there's a lot of swing and misses in his approach.
Yep. He's having a very strong season for a Tampa Bay team, trying to keep their hopes alive for the wild card. They beat Detroit today by a score of 3-1. Tampa Bay did. 2 ball, 2 strikeout. David Price, their youngster, got the win today. He's 7-6, a run, 5 hits, 7 1/3. 2-2 delivery. Fastball will miss away, and a full count on Cabrera, 3-2. Tillman with 2 down, nobody on. Couple of hits off him. Both came in the second inning with 2 down, but he got out of it. 3-2 delivery on the way. Cabrera's going to get another one. Wow, is he hot. 2-out single.
Now Tillman gives up to 2-out base hit. The Orioles make a minor league trade today. Joey Gathright was traded from AAA Norfolk to AAA Pawtucket for a player to be named later, or cash. They can work out a player they agree upon. So Joey Gathright just came into the organization and he moves on.
Red Sox AAA team. Shin Soo Choo. Now Gathright was one of those names that had been mentioned as a possible call up in September. So there goes that name. Brad Bergeson, they hope still may be able to get back before the end of the season, but he's certainly not going to be back in early September as they had hoped. Another name. Breaking ball taken inside. Bergeson is yet to throw from the mound. He's just throwing toss on the side. So he's behind where they hoped he would be after taking that line shot off the shin.
Yeah, he's still experiencing some discomfort in that leg, and you're not going to get him back up on the mound until he's pain free. So just a matter of how his body responds. Unfortunate.
He really wanted to have a final month. Chu will take the pitch up high. Tillman having trouble now with the strike zone again.
Yeah, and as a catcher right now, Chad Moeller, I'm sure, is sitting back there thinking, how am I going to get him back down where he needs to be? He's trying to say, don't rush it now. You're out in front of yourself a little bit. And Tillman wants to throw a changeup here with the count 2-0.
Gets the strike on the inside corner. Chu is 8th in strikeouts. 8th high in the American League. He's had a very solid season, though. I mean, he's batting .302, 70 RBIs, 14 home runs. He's just one of those guys, when he makes an out, more often than not, it's a K.
Well,
Step off, no throw.
That he strikes out so much, but he still has a .400 on base percentage. And he's still swinging such a consistent bat that he's up among the leaders. He's 5th in the American League in on base percentage.
And that one is going to be swung on and missed. 2 ball, 2 strike count. That was just a challenge on a fastball, and he couldn't catch up to it. Chu's got 120 strikeouts and 66 walks. He leads the team in both categories. Strikeouts and walks.
That's a very unusual combination, plus the fact he's hitting .300.
2 ball, 2 strike count. Runner goes. Swung on and missed. Tillman gets the strikeout. No runs, 1 hit. Base runner left on. The Orioles on top here at Camden Yards. again by PNC. PNC leading the way. With Bud Martinez and Amber Theo Harris, I'm Gary Thorne. Great to have you with us here at Camden Yards. The Orioles have the 1-0 lead. The grounds crew is at the ready.
Go back.
Yeah.
We don't want you. Go back.
Go into the air and move the clouds rather than the tarp. If only they could. Thunderstorms expected here within the half hour. 1-2-0 for the Orioles. 0-3-0 for the Indians. Chad Moeller doing the catching, leads it off, batting in the number 9 spot. Only 66 at bats for Chad. Started the season here briefly. Went down and played in the minors for virtually the entire year.
He had one of his best games offensively on Wednesday when he caught Jeremy Guthrie in Minnesota. He had 2 walks, 2 hits, and drove in 2 runs.
0-1 delivered to Chad. That's going to be up the middle, and he's got a base hit. Sauers got one up on him, and Chad Moeller wasn't going to let that go by. Tomorrow, don't miss American Classics Day at the ballpark, presented by the Maryland Lottery. All fans at the game tomorrow, 1:35, can enjoy $1 hot dogs and $1 sodas. For tickets, 888-848-BIRD or Orioles.com. And don't forget, you can bring your 4 non-winning American Classic Lottery tickets to the box office to receive a free ticket to the game while supply lasts. 3 hits on the board for the O's. Top of the order, Brian Roberts. Brian robbed of a base hit, tried to bunt his way on. Peralta made the fine play at third. Inside for a ball.
Yeah, Brian just doesn't bunt very often, and he made a decent bunt. Peralta was deep at third, and on this at bat, Peralta has drawn even with the bag at third. He is in closer, of course, with the double play in place as well. The possibility of that he's going to play a double play depth at third.
1-0 delivery taken. Brian has had only 2 hits in his last 21 at bats, going back over a week span, and in this series 0 for 7. .287 on the year for Brian. Chad Moeller first base. Sauers gets the fastball in for a strike call. Brian didn't think so, and the count will go to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jeremy Sauers on the road, 3 wins and 4 losses. Part of that 5-9 record he has. His ERA on the road 5.6. Left-hander 1-2. Down to third again, and that is a foul ball. Home plate umpire has to make that call. Only had 3 umpires working the game. Tim Sheeta has to go back and forth between third and second. And you could see Bob Davidson forgot for a moment that it was his call, and then reacted, realizing, oh goodness, there's no third base umpire.
And Tim Sheeta at second base applauded him for making that call. And you have to remind each other now, and the umpires have worked in 3-man crews before in the minor leagues, and even 2 men for that matter. They work 3-man crews a lot in spring training.
Jeff Nelson, the umpire in this crew, had to leave for a family matter. Ground ball to short this time. Cabrera, there's 1. Urbano, there's 2. So the Orioles hit into their second double play. 2 down, nobody on.
Jeremy Sauers is a guy that's going to rely a lot on his defense. He didn't strike out many, but he can put the ball on the ground. And boy, with Cabrera and Valbuena behind him, he's pretty confident that if he keeps the ball on the ground, they'll help him out all night long.
He started the year in the minors. He got optioned out of spring training to AAA, and then called back up on May 7. He's worked once in relief. This is the 17th time that he's been on as a starter. Against the Orioles, he had a win last year here at Camden Yards, a 6-1 victory. He gave up just a run on 4 hits in 8 innings. And lifetime, Sauers has a 1-2 mark against the O's. The 0-1 delivery to his Turris, batting second, is taken outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sauers' lifetime, 17 wins and 28 losses. Lefty's delivery is in there for a strike, 1-2. He's not going to strike many out. This walk and strike totals virtually identical. They are identical now, 42 and 42.
Yeah, a little similar to what Jamie Moyer does, trying to mess with your timing.
As Torres timed that one, he's got a base hit. Laporta will hold him to a single. And as Torres on with a 2-out base hit here in the 3rd inning.
Now, one thing he can't do is look up in the strike zone. That ball drifted up on him a little bit higher than he wanted. Jeremy Sauer is interesting in that he comes from Vanderbilt University, played baseball there. He played with a teammate on this team, Jensen Lewis, who works out of the bullpen, and David Price, former #1 pick overall of the Tampa Bay Rays, all pitched at Vanderbilt. Not one of the places you really think about of being a baseball hotbed, but the Pirates' #1 pick a year ago, Pedro Alvarez, also came out of Vanderbilt.
26-year-old. Here's Adam Jones, 1 on, 2 down. And Adam will foul that one off. He drew a walk his first time up and scored. His 2-out numbers are spectacular. 193 batting average by opponents when there are 2 down. That'll get you out of a lot of jams.
Well, it sure will. And the big thing about it is that he never really gets rattled. He continues to think about just making quality pitches. Look at some of the other guys on that staff. They have big arms. The Garza, Danks, and CC Sabathia can power their way out of those situations.
0-1 delivered to Jones. Ground ball towards the middle, and we cut off Cabrera. The nice underhanded flip to Valbuena to get the out. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. 3 completed Camden Yards. The Orioles lead it. Markakis the RBI.
...2010 Orioles Pet Calendar. It's now available at Oriole Park. The calendar is packed with 16 months of your favorite Orioles players, their pets, and some lovable dogs and cats from the SPCA. Proceeds will benefit the Maryland SPCA and their work with local homeless pets. For more information on how to purchase a calendar, go to Orioles.com. Gary?
Shots, great gift. And very worthy cause benefits from it. We go to the 4th inning, 1-4-0 for the O's, 0-3-0 for the Indians. Peralta will lead it off. Johnny Peralta grounded out his first time up. Valbuena and Laporta will follow in the lineup for the Indians. Cleveland has had one of the better marks since the All-Star break. As a result, they're going to have their first winning month of the season in August. Eric Wedge, his ball club's 14-11. No matter what happens here in the last couple of games this month, they will have a winning August. 2-0 delivery on the way, and Peralta takes the slider outside, and a 3-0 count from Chris Tillman.
Yeah, you really have to give Eric Wedge a lot of credit because of the players that have been taken from his team. Cliff Lee, DeRosa, and Victor Martinez, all regular players and very important parts of the team. And he's not allowed this particular group of Indians to get down, and continues to demand they come out, prepare well, and play hard each night.
And got a new deal, so he's going to be there. 3 ball, 1 strike count. Peralta And he laces that one to left field. That is way back at the wall, and goodbye home run. Johnny Peralta delivers his 11th to tie this game at 1.
We had talked about Chris Tillman falling behind constantly tonight, and it comes back to bite him. A 3-1 fastball. Peralta could eliminate any concerns about anything but a fastball and just jumps on this high fastball. 91 miles an hour, and when you get to count in your favor as your cleanup hitter, this is what you're thinking about doing. Taking a big swing at a fastball, and that's what he did.
That'll be the 10th home run surrendered by Tillman. 6 have been hit by right-handers. And a 1-1 ball game. Well, Bueno flied out to center field his first time up and takes that first pitch for a strike. One delivery. That one hit in the air to right field. Nick Markakis. And he's got it. Well, Bueno retired. 1 down in the 4th inning. Peralta getting his 4th career home run against the Orioles. And the 4th hit of the night for the Indians, back in the dugout, having tied the ball game up. The home run ball has risen up against the Oriole pitchers all season long. It's been a continuing problem of home runs surrendered. The fastball taken on the inside corner for a strike. The Orioles have given up more home runs than any other team in the American League.
And you mentioned in the open how the Orioles are second to Oakland in the number of starts by rookie pitchers, and those numbers go hand in hand. Rookie pitchers starts, home runs allowed.
And that's going to be a base hit over the glove of Melvin Mora. Reimold will get it back in. Laporte is on. He's 2 for 2 now. That comes with one away here in the 4th inning.
Melvin timed it perfectly. It was just beyond his reach, and Matt Laporte is 2 for 2 tonight. He had 2 hits, including a home run in last night's game, and had a single hit in the opener of this series. He's living up to the billing. Swings the bat well.
Making the start in left field. 1 on and 1 down. Marte extended his hit streak to 10 with a single his first time up. And Marte will take the strike on the outside corner. With that home run by Peralta, the Indians now have homered in 8 straight ball games. That is a new season high for Cleveland in consecutive games with a home run. Marte, 0-1 count. Good off-speed delivery. 0-2.
Yeah, and that was the best changeup we have seen from Tillman tonight. He really had good arm action on it. Marte sees the arm come through, and then the changeup velocity is well out in front.
Marte played at AAA until July 28, 278 there. A couple of homers, 12 RBIs. Pitch will be taken away, and he played in just 21 ball games. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Marte checking down at third with Joel Skinner to see the runner might be going here. 1-2 count. 1 away. Laporta being held by Wigginton. Reaches, hitting a foul and into the seats. Not by a whole lot.
Now, did a pretty good job of staying on that ball with 2 strikes. It was a high changeup, and it was maybe off the plate outside, but he was protecting the strike zone. Did a good job of spoiling.
Marte, the count remains at 1-2 strikes. Game tied at 1. Orioles looking for double play ground ball here. 1-2 delivered. Tillman got it in, and that's going to be fouled the other way. Marte fighting off some pretty good pitches.
Now, it's interesting that they have thrown 3 straight changeups to Marte in this at bat. Swing and a miss on the first one, then he's fouled off the next 2.
1-2 delivery. Adam Ball in center. Adams got it. 2 down. Laporta will go back to first base. 4th put out of the night for Adam Jones in center field. Whole night's work in half a game.
And he got off from a fast start when he made a terrific play against Asdrubal Cabrera, second batter of the night, up against the wall in left center.
2 down now with a runner at first base. Shopik flied out. Right field, first time up, extending his 0 for streak to 0 for 23. And that's going to take care of the 0 for. He gets a single. Laporta will stay at second. 3 hits in the inning, a home run and 2 singles now with 2 down.
First pitch fastball again. It's a little bit up in the zone. Watch the elevation of this pitch. It's about belt high, and Tillman's had a real challenge getting the ball down. Chad Muller's trying to emphasize down, and Shopik snaps that long over. And Chad Muller has just really tried everything, trying to emphasize a lower target, throwing the changeup, throwing the breaking ball, but so far Tillman hasn't been able to get the ball down.
Thunderstorms moving in, the wind really picking up here in the last minute. Jimenez at the plate, 2 away, and he will take the pitch for a strike. And Jimenez gets a chance here to put the Indians on top. He grounded out first time up. We had no breeze at all at the start of the ball game. Jimenez out of Gilroy, California. 26 years old. 0-1 delivery to him. Check swing. Held off it. Pitches inside. And the count will stay at 1-1. 270 minor league batting average over 5 years. So he's put his time in below. University of Nevada, Reno. College ball. He gets one to left. The wind could help him out. 1-1 delivery fouled off. Came in on the fist that time, and a 1-ball 2-strike count.
We had mentioned that Tillman's been using a 2-seam fastball a little bit more frequently. It's something that just gives him a little more movement, and he can take it down in the strike zone. That ball ran in on Jimenez pretty effectively, and now the rain has begun.
The crowd is moving. Jimenez 1-2. Swung on and missed. Tag put on, and Tillman gets his second strikeout. Peralta delivers the home run leading off the 4th inning and has tied the game up at 1.
works the shortstop as Struble Cabrera makes a fine play on a high bounding ball, and Adam Jones takes an extra base hit away from Cabrera in the first inning. Ty Wiggins and robs Sin-Shu Chu of a base hit, closing out the first inning. A lot of leather being flashed here tonight.
AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered.
Adam Jones with that terrific play, second batter of the game, as he had to go up against the wall in left center, and might have brought the ball back inside the park. Certainly took away an extra base hit from Struble Cabrera.
Jeremy Sowers has walked one, struck out none. Tillman no walks, 2 strikeouts. Bottom half of the 4th inning. Nick Markakis has the Orioles RBI. He picked up a double, bringing home Jones, who had walked ahead of him with 2 down.
41st double of the year for Markakis. Pretty impressive offensive numbers now, up to 89 ribbies.
Orioles up there among the doubles leaders. Ryan Roberts has the lead in that department. Billy Butler second. Markakis tied with him. That one in the air to left field. Thunder and lightning abound right now around the yard. That will be caught. Laporta, and Markakis retired, 1 away.
Jeremy Sowers has settled down pretty effectively after a rough start in the first inning. Threw a lot of pitches in the first inning, gave up a run on that Markakis double, and since then he's thrown 2 double play balls and worked very quickly through the lineup.
Nolan Reimold grounded out his first time up. Nolan's got a 4-game streak game. He will take the pitch down low for a ball. Reimold has hit safely in 14 of the last 15 games at a 300 clip. That'll be taken for a strike.
AL rookie ranks Reimold first in homers, second in RBIs, and first in on base percentage. He's hot right now, as Gary mentioned. He is just a point behind Gordon Beckham in batting average at the start of play tonight.
275 overall average. Reimold takes the pitch down low, and a 3-ball 1-strike count. Wieters and then Mora if the inning's extended. 3-1 count. Hit it hard and foul. Any fly balls right now are going to be an adventure. The wind just ripping around. No rain right now, though. I take it back. It's raining. Say it and it'll come true. 3-2 delivery on the way, and that's the walk. So Reimold is on. Second free pass issued by Sowers in the game. That'll come with 1 away here in the 4th inning. And that'll bring up Matt Wieters. Wieters picked up a single, extending his hit streak to 6, leading off the 2nd inning. He's now had 5 hits and 9 at bats in the series against Cleveland. And Matt will take that one for a strike.
6-game hit streak now, 9 for 21, hitting .429 with a homer and 6 RBIs. He's really done a good job of hitting in this ballpark. Very comfortable. It's not unusual for younger players to be more effective in their home ballpark early on in their careers. They're comfortable and get into a good routine.
321 at home and 228 away. A significant difference there.
Yeah, and you know, when you go to new ballparks, first time you go into the parks, you're not really comfortable with the hitting backgrounds. You don't get into the same hitting routines that you do at home, and it's just a matter of getting some experience.
Oh, 2 count, 1 away. Runner on first base, and the fastball away. 1 ball, 2-strike count on Wieters. Matt hitting only .215 from the right side as he's hitting now. .309 the other way. Another significant difference that you got to believe will the difference will shrink as the numbers from this side will come up. 1-2 runner going, and he tried to protect the runner by looping it into center field. Sizemore is there. He's got it. Reimold back to first base. 2 down.
Put in a changeup from Sowers. A ball and 2 strikes. He threw a very good changeup and had waiters well out in that front foot, and all he could do was hit it with one hand and hit it lazily into center. There's that validation that the wind's wrong.
What just flew by? What was that?
Hot bag wrap. First was a bird.
Oh, that was a bird?
Yeah, big
it
bird.
was wind assisted, I'll tell you that. It's going about 1,000 miles an hour. 2 down. Melvin Mora popped out his first time up. Mora will take a strike on the outside corner. 2 very young ball clubs. The Orioles are tied for the 4th youngest roster with Oakland. The Indians the 2nd youngest roster, just over 27 years of age. The Orioles just over 28 years of age on average. Sowers. Here's the 0-1. Melvin Mora, an off-speed breaking ball up high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Melvin with a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Reimold. Decent lead over there, being held by Marte. And got jammed and fouled it back. You can see why Sowers is tough to run on. What Buck was talking about. Reimold was going back to the bag on the delivery there.
Yeah, man, he unloads very quickly. Another thing that's a real asset for him is how fast he works between pitches. Doesn't waste any time, and he never really gives the hitter an opportunity to get comfortable and really settle in. In and out, changing velocity, slow breaking ball, then pounds Melvin in with a fastball. And Reimold is trying to stretch out his lead there at first base. He's done a nice job of stealing bases this year.
1 and 2, 2 down. Little soft toss over. Had Reimold not had the problems this year with the knee and the Achilles and the ankle, he would have done probably a lot more running. He's a guy who would have a green light throughout a game unless taken off. 1-2. Not running. Mora fouls it back. It'll stay at a ball and 2 strikes.
Melvin's really having a tough time on staying back against Sowers. The left-hander's done a very good job of varying his velocities, and Melvin's been back and forth. In his first at bat, he popped up to the second baseman on a changeup, and he has worked both sides of the plate and gone back and forth with his velocity.
Outfield deep, straight away. 1-2, no. Little harder toss over to first. Reimold really hadn't gotten off the bag that time. Cubs beat the Mets today 11-4, and it won't make any difference at all.
How about that?
Cubs are out, gone, toast.
A lot of people predicted them to play in the World Series this year with their fine pitching staff, and it really fell apart.
1-2 count, delivery on the way. Mora takes it, just missed outside, and the count will go to 2-2. Lou Pinella's got another year in his deal. Says he wants to come back. The only thing that might prevent that is the sale of the Cubs and a new ownership that might change their minds about managers. That sale's been pending for about 9 centuries now. He still isn't done. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Sowers delivery. Mora again. The pitch coming in on him. Fouls it away to hold it at 2-2.
Interesting. The Cubs have a couple of prominent players that have been claimed on waivers. Rich Harden and Aaron Heilman. Harden, according to reports, has been claimed by the Minnesota Twins and Heilman by the Giants. Now you wonder if they'll pull the trigger and let them go.
They'll have to cut a deal. Teams can pull them back off waivers and then try and negotiate with the team that wants them. Melvin Moore goes down swinging. That is the first strikeout for Jeremy Sowers. A base runner left on, and the ball game here at Camden Yards tied at 1. Beautiful sight. Camden Yards, Saturday Night Baseball. And her hair is perfectly positioned. A 1-1 ball game as we go to the 5th inning. Grady Sizemore, the leadoff batter. Sizemore is flying out 0 for 2 on fly balls in the game. And he takes the pitch for a strike. Chris Tillman, no walks, 2 strikeouts so far in the ball game. The home run by Peralta in the last half inning is the extra base hit by Cleveland and their run. Took a little off that, got it in, and an 0-2 count. Leadoff batter with some power takes the pitch down low. 1-2 on Sizemore with Cabrera and Chu to follow.
Yeah, you saw Chad Moeller tap the dirt with his glove to emphasize that he wanted Tillman to bounce that ball. He's really trying everything he can to try to get Tillman focused and get him to command his pitches.
Sizemore to left field. Primo. 1 down, 5th inning. A 5th and final date added to the Oriole Park newest location, 2110 Utah Street, presented by First Fidelity Mortgage. You can team up with Nick Markakis, Adam Jones, and fans. October 3, Saturday, just $21. You get the Utah Street bleacher seat, an exclusive I Live at 2110 t-shirt. And don't forget the next 2 dates. That Saturday will be sold out, so get there. 888-848-WORD or Orioles.com. Cabrera, an 0-1 count on him. Cabrera hitting at .315. He is single, robbed of maybe a home run, certainly an extra base hit by Jones in the 1st inning. Takes that one deep down the line, and it is foul by just that many seats.
Well, for all you kids at home that always think you got to swing down on the end of the bat to make a good, powerful swing, Asdrubal Cabrera is living proof that you don't. He hit a ball almost out of the ballpark to left field that Adam Jones caught, and look how he chokes up on the bat. And I know dads out there are saying, son, you got to choke up on the bat, have good bat control, and the kids are going, no, I'm not choking up on the bat. But look at Cabrera, 3.5 inches up on the handle. And he has hit the ball both sides of the diamond now. Just missed a home run down the right field line, and earlier hit one off the wall in left center. It's all about bat control. Now with 2 strikes, he shortens up just a tad bit more, so he has better control, protecting the strike zone.
2-2 count, 1 away. And the pitch will be taken up high. Real good ball game, and as is typical in baseball, after a 13-4 game last night won by the O's, we got a pitcher's duel the very next night. And that one grounded towards third. Melvin Morris short hops, running throw, and he got it. Hall of Fame induction taking place before the game today. Harold Baines inducted, the 46th former Oriole, into the Orioles Hall of Fame. Julie Wagner, under the Orioles Director of Community Relations program. She has moved on now, but was here 25 plus years, and she was inducted on the non-uniform personnel side. Harold's going to be joining us.
22 seasons, over 2,800 hits. Marvelous career.
That one is hit hard again near the fair pole, and at almost the exact same spot that Cabrera hit the foul ball. One is put out there by Chu.
Just a long foul ball. Not a big deal, out in front. Looking for fastball on the first pitch. Cheaton got it to it, but it was just a tad out in front.
He has struck out and grounded out. 0-1 delivery to him is a pretty good pitch. That's a ball. One ball, 1 strike count. Chu hitting at 3-0-1 and a chopper off the plate. Wigginton's got it. He'll go to the bag himself and gets the out. Good inning. Tillman retires the side in order. Harold Baines will be joining us when we come back to Camden Yards. A 1-1 game. Then Harold got to throw out the first pitch of the ball game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have a good time.
Since 2001.
2001 was your last pitch. That was a pretty good pitch.
Last thrown pitch.
Look, nobody hit it. That's what's the key.
Well, I like hitting instead of throwing.
Yeah, I know you do.
Now, obviously a great weekend for you and your family. What did it mean to have your family here to share this great weekend with you?
It's very special. They're usually behind the scene, and I try to, every chance I get, I try to put them in front of it.
How about Rolly Heeman coming and doing the introduction for you?
Rory's a very special person, and a dear friend of mine. I asked him in spring training, would he be here to induct me, and say he'd be happy to.
The impact he's had on your life. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, he got me 1977. He came down the night before and drafted me by the Chicago White Sox, and he's been a good friend ever since then.
It's wonderful.
You're wearing a White Sox World Series ring. Obviously, that's the proudest moment of anybody's playing career. And talk about what it meant to be part of that as a coach.
Well, it was a special year. I played 22 years, didn't get one. So I, fortunate enough, hung around, and the White Sox asked me to come back to work for them. And Ozzie brought a winner to Chicago, and I was just glad to be a part of it.
When you grow up in Maryland, I guess as a kid, you hope to play in the big leagues, but then the chance to play 3 different times with the Orioles, that had to be awfully special for you as well.
Very special. Like you said, I grew up on the Eastern Shore. I grew up in the 60s and 70s, so our parents made us stay outside all day, so we just played baseball. So I didn't get a really chance to follow the game, but I love the game. And my father was a great semi-pro player, so that I learned a lot from him.
Harold, we're going to put up some numbers here on the DH, which is still relatively new in the extended life of baseball. Designated hitters. Designated for the Hall, well, you see Harold Baines, all-time hits as a DH, is #1 behind, I think, the person many baseball fans would believe to be #1, Edgar Martinez. He is not. Butted with a runner on at first base. A good sacrifice laid down by Chad Moeller. Harold, and I know this is a little difficult question for you as a DH, but DH consideration for the Hall of Fame, should it be any different than any other player?
I don't think so. If there is, it shouldn't be a part of baseball. You know, I think if you don't want to include them as part of the game, then you should take it out altogether.
What about the transition from an everyday right fielder to a DH? I, of course, played with Hal McRae, and it was a challenge sometimes. How long did it take you to really understand how you were going to stay sharp for 4 at-bats?
Well, I didn't have an option. I had my last 12 years were 1 year's contract, so I really had to be good or go home. So, you know, I try to be good.
I got to tell you a story that involved me as a broadcaster. My first year in 1987, working for the Toronto Blue Jays, the producer in my first game said, "Buck, go over and get somebody for a pregame interview." And I thought, well, I know Harold. He's a star player. He's a wonderful guy to talk to. And that was my first interview. Do you remember that by any chance?
It probably lasted about 30 seconds.
Yeah. Well, all your interviews last 30 seconds.
I was Harold, it's great to have you here. How's spring going?
Good.
Well, I don't like to waste my words.
You have never done that, let me assure you. I've gotten to see you now twice inducted because I was with the White Sox in '89. The Chicago White Sox retired your number in '89 and recognized you there. So you've got 2 different ball clubs that have recognized you, one with a retired number, one the Hall of Fame.
It's very special. I was drafted by the White Sox, and they treated me like I was one of them. I'm from Maryland. I was fortunate enough to play for the Orioles for 70 years. And even when I was a visiting player coming in, they always treated me like I was from Maryland.
Well, that's just great. Harold, we know you want to go on talking, but I'm afraid we're going to have to cut you off here.
I very much appreciate it.
Don't say I never did you a favor. That ball is towards the warning track. It will be hauled in. Jimenez going back to get it. Sincerely, though, congratulations in the Orioles Hall of Fame. You are not only a great Oriole, but a great stature player for baseball. I mean that sincerely.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Great talking.
Thank you.
Harold Baines inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame. And as we said, we have to cut off the Gettysburg Address at that time.
All right, guys.
Orioles trying to get the lead here as the rain coming down in earnest right now. Tim Cheeto's out there at second base as the crew chief who will make the call on holding the game up if they need to. Runner at third base, 2 down is Turris. You got a 1-1 ball game. This is a tough go right here for pitcher and hitter. Taken outside for a ball. Really just started with the rain, but once it started, it has opened up, and all Cheetah wants to do now is try and get this inning completed. Sowers outside. This is when you don't want to be the crew chief.
Well, and the one thing you don't want to do as a player is rush through this inning. If you're a pitcher, you got to just think, okay, I'm just going to make my pitches, and I'm not going to rush the inning.
2-0 delivery is taken for a strike. 2-ball, 1 strike count. As Turris has a single and is flied out. He's batting in the number 2 spot in the order for this ball game, and he's got a chance at an RBI right here. Ty Wigginton down at third base. 2-1 delivery on the way. As Turris will take it. You got to believe if he gets on one way or the other, Tarp's coming out. We're in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Here's the 3-1. As Turris gets it in the gap right center, he's got the base hit. Ty Wigginton will score as Turris going into second, headed to third. There'll be no throw. He is in. A triple is Turris, and the Orioles have a 2-1 lead.
Oh boy, Cesar Asturias has had some big hits for this ball. The fourth triple of the season gives them the lead, and now Tim Sheeta has called for the target.
Eric Wedge will not be particularly happy that this at bat was allowed to continue with the rain coming down, but really that's what Cheetah was just trying to get it through the inning one way or the other and allow Asturias to finish the at bat. There's Tim Cheetah, the crew chief, and obviously it is raining hard. And Eric Wedge's ball club on the last pitch before the rain delay falls behind here by a score 2-1. So we will be back. We're going to have a rain delay. We had a 58-minute delay before the game started last night. Now here in the fifth inning, a rain delay with the Orioles leading at 2-1. Going at it, Buck. Good performances on both sides.
Well, it sure was, and I think the big thing about it was the defense played such an important part of supporting both pitchers. Adam Jones, second batter of the night. Asdrubal Cabrera hit one out in the power alley. It looked like it was going to be extra bases for sure. Adam caught it up against the fence. Two double plays behind Jeremy Sowers. Asdrubal Cabrera and Luis Valbuena have really played well defensively, and both pitchers have taken advantage of it.
Well, there's been rain, as many of you know, all over the East Coast area, and for some reason over the last couple of days, the Orioles here at Camden Yards have been able to avoid that, but tonight not the case. So it's coming down. We're going to have a rain delay with the Orioles leading 2-1. Alternate programming coming up for you to enjoy, and as soon as we're ready to get this ball game back onto the field, we'll be back to bring it to you. Has turned into a drain delay because both of the dugouts are flooded with a good 2-3 feet of water that's not moving. And as a result, the rain has stopped. That's the umpire's area. That's the entranceway directly behind home plate. And that water has been like that for the last 15, 20 minutes. And they brought people out to try and plunge it. I don't know what you do. You unclog the drain. So far, it isn't working.
And you see it has gone down a couple inches, but certainly not enough to resume play here. And there's a concern. Obviously, the umpire, Tim Sheeta, is out. That's the runway to the Orioles clubhouse, and he and Ernie Tyler are sitting there kind of evaluating the situation. They can't do a thing till you clean out this dugout and get players back, obviously.
And what Tim Sheeta was doing there, he was snapping pictures. He was imitating the players. The players, for the Indians in particular, have come out into the dugout and taken pictures of the water that's piled up there, sneaking in and looking around the corner because they obviously can't get out into the dugout. There's a big iron grate in each dugout at the end that goes down towards the clubhouse. Right there, you see it, that holds the water back.
Yeah, it's gone down a little bit, probably about 6-8 inches, but certainly nowhere near enough to resume play. Chris Tillman is there with Tim Sheeta. He's a very interested observer here. He's got a win on the line here with one more out.
Yeah, and it's not raining. I mean, it's not raining at all, and they're getting the tarp's been pulled. They're putting the drying material on the field. So the Orioles have a chance here as they went up 2-1 just as the rain started to get a victory here in this third game of 4 against Cleveland.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because it got off to a great start here tonight. Nick Markakis has got the scoring started with his double in the first inning. That would drive home Adam Jones, who had reached base on a walk. And then Johnny Peralta ties it up with a home run in the fourth inning, his solo home run. But Cesar Astures hitting with 2 outs in the bottom of the fifth inning drives home Ty Wigginton from third, and that's when Tim Sheeta, the crew chief of this umpiring crew, called for the tarp, and that's where we are. Jeremy Sowers and Chris Tillman, the 2 starters in this game. They both pitched very well, and they both really benefited from some great defensive plays here tonight. The Indians have turned 2 double plays behind Jeremy Sowers, and we have seen both Ty Wigginton and Adam Jones make run-saving catches here in this game tonight.
It's just been a very well-played baseball game, and now it really is a question of getting this water out of the dugouts, which they have been trying to do. They pulled the grates up a few minutes ago, which means that the problem's not just with stuff over the grates. There's actually something in the drainage system itself that's preventing the water from moving out of here. And they'll have the playing field, I think, ready to go probably before the dugouts are ready to be used. And whether or not they would go ahead and have the players, I don't know of any other way to do it. You got to have the players in the dugout in order to be able to play the game.
Now, you can't play until the players can return to the dugout area, and obviously going back and forth and trying to get them on the field from some alternate means just won't work. So I don't think we're going to play until they can clear the water out of the dugouts.
Yep, and as a result, the pitchers, whomever is going to come into the ball game for these 2 teams, have not started to warm up, and until they do, we're going to have a further delay, obviously, to get this started. So we are in the middle of the rain drain delay, and right now the Orioles have the 2-1 lead, and as soon as you hear the water whooshing down, we'll be back. on the field, and it rained hard. But then from a rain to a drain delay. Clogged up drains in each of the dugouts with about 3 feet of water prevented the game from starting even after the rain had stopped. Finally, they were able to, in multiple ways, get the water out of there with guys taking pictures of the pileup. Here's where we are. The Orioles have a 2-1 lead in the bottom half of the 5th inning with 2 down. And there is Rafael Perez, who will come on for Jeremy Sowers, the starter, and pick it up out of the bullpen.
Perez pitched in the opening game of this 4-game series on Thursday night. He worked an inning and 2/3, allowed just 1 hit and struck out a batter. So he will come on here. Obviously, when you have this long a delay, the starting pitchers more often than not won't come back out. They've gotten hot. They pitched their 4 innings and more, and it's just too much to ask them to get heated up again. So the bullpen will take it from here, and it's a 2-1 game. Cesar Izturis with the go-ahead triple is at third base with 2 outs now, and this is how the 5th inning ended. Izturis got a high fastball and drives it to the opposite power alley. Ty Wigginton, who had led off the inning with a single, scores the go-ahead run, and then the rain came and they called for the target. Chris Tillman, a good outing, 5 innings, earned run, the solo home run to Johnny Peralta in the 4th inning, 2 strikeouts. Cesar Izturis had a big night again. Triple and a single, and Johnny Peralta, that's the solo home run for Peralta, his 11th of the season. Chris Tillman out of the ball game, but he is the pitcher of the record. Actually, he can't win this game because he complete 5.
So the Orioles will come back to the plate. The Cleveland Indians down here by a score of 2-1. Jones coming up. He has walked and scored as Nick Markakis had an RBI double in the 1st inning, driving in 1 run. Izturis with a triple. The last pitch thrown before the rain delay, giving the Orioles the lead. Johnny Peralta's had that solo shot in the 4th inning, his 11th of the year off Tillman. Chris Ray has already warmed up in the bullpen, is still out there, so he'll be coming in for Tillman when Cleveland comes to the plate. All right, we are ready to resume after a long delay. Here's Ray in the pen. 27-year-old left-hander Rafael Perez will face Jones with his Izturis on at third base. 2 down. After the storms have gone through, virtually no breeze again, just the way we started the night before the storm moved in. Jones will take it for a strike. Cleveland Indians, their dugout and the drain area that goes down in the walkway to the clubhouse was so bad that they had to come out through the middle umpire door, which is directly behind home plate. All of the players and all of the equipment came out of the middle door. Hour and 37-minute rain drain delay. Ground ball right back to the mound. Perez makes the play over to first, and that will do it. So the 5th inning completed after the delay. The Orioles get a run and take the lead 2-1. by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Second batter of the game as Asdrubal Cabrera makes the bid for an extra base hit, and he's thwarted by Adam Jones as he catches the ball just before he slams into the wall. Great defensive play. Jones returned to the lineup after missing games since Sunday with a bad back.
Defense has played a major. No sooner say that than he's stretching his back out. I asked him before the game if he'd ever had any problem with his back before, and he said no. First time coming off that swing that he had in that game.
He was just in an awkward position as he was chasing a Mark Burley changeup and got a base hit, and he felt that seized up on him.
Let's check in with Amber.
Well, Gary, I was talking to Adam about his back, and he told me that it feels good except for when he sits for a long period of time, and that's when it starts to stiffen up again. So this rain delay was probably the worst thing for him, and that's why we're seeing him stretch his back out right now, Gary.
All right, Amber. And we're unclear about the status of PA, who came out of the ball game with what looked like maybe a hammy problem last night, but today was defined as a cramp, but nobody was being very specific about it. PA's in the dugout, apparently ready to play. Chris Ray will come on for Tillman as we go to the top of the 6th inning. Johnny Peralta, a home run, and he is grounded out. Ray on in relief. That'll be fouled off Peralta, and an 0-2 count.
Well, I misspoke. Tillman pitched 5 innings, so he is the pitcher of record now, and it's up to the bullpen to protect this 1-run lead and see if he can't pick up his 2nd win in the big leagues.
Tillman coming on in his 7th start. 1-2 record. First time against Cleveland. 0-2 delivery on the way. The slider by Ray will miss outside. But a good ball game. Unfortunately delayed by an hour and 37. Reports we had were that there was an inch of rain that fell in 20 minutes during that storm that went through here. That's a lot of rain in a hurry.
Yeah, and a big area to drain, and that's why they had problems getting the water out of the dugout. Just too much rain in a short period of time.
2 ball, 2 strike count on Johnny Peralta, hitting at 277. Peralta will foul that one away. The home run he picked up, his 11th of the year. Now has 69 RBIs, and Peralta getting his 4th career home run against the Orioles. He has always hit well against the O's. He's got a .308 lifetime batting average. 2-2 and a chopper that hit off the plate and goes foul.
Well, he did a heck of a job of getting to that slider. Down and away. All he could do was just kind of pop it, hit it right off the plate, stay alive. Chris Ray made a great pitch.
Battle here with a 2-2 count to the leadoff man in the 6th inning. And Peralta will foul off another one. Peralta 1 for 3 lifetime off Ray. These teams don't play one another enough generally for there to be many at bats. It's raining again, and the fans are going to start back under cover. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and a ground ball outside of third, foul. One of the things the grounds crew had was extended time while they were trying to take care of the drain problem. The grounds crew had plenty of time to get the work done on the field, and the field's in great shape here. 2 ball, 2 strike count, and Peralta fighting it off.
Pretty good battle here coming right out to start this 6th inning.
This is an official ball game. 2-2 delivery by Ray, and Peralta's gone. So Ray gets the strikeout. 1 down here in the 6th inning. Take a look at our Ford trivia question. Who has the most home runs all time as a DH? Harold Baines, Edgar Martinez, David Ortiz, or Frank Thomas? As a DH now. Ground ball, base hit into right field. Well, bueno. I would guess Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas had a long run as a DH and certainly hit a lot of home runs. Harold Baines did a nice job today with his Hall of Fame speech, inducted into the Orioles Advocates Hall of Fame.
So since it's his day, the answer's got to be Harold Baines.
Frank Thomas.
No, I think Frank, yeah. 269, 268 Ortiz, 243 Edgar Martinez, and 235 for Harold Baines. So Ortiz only 1 behind Frank Thomas. Here is Matt Laporta. Speaking of home runs, Laporta takes it outside. Laporta's had a 2 for 2, extending his hit streak to 10 games. On the board now, 7 hits for the Indians. 2-6-0 for the Orioles. 1-7-0 for the Indians. Indians have left 5. The Orioles have left 4. Runner at first here with 1 down. Reaches for it off the end of the bat and back into the seats.
Gary, we've talked about this often. When Chris Ray has rejoined this team, his location has been much improved. Quality breaking ball. He's getting down and away to right-handed hitters. Difficult for them to reach. Fastball has been good. His split finger, that's the pitch he struck out Johnny Peralta with. He's had a lot more bite on it. Overall, his whole game has gotten better.
Pitched in the opener of this series, going an inning, giving up inning and a third, giving up nothing and getting a strikeout. That will be played away into the seats. Orioles have Mora, Turris, Roberts, and Wigginton on the infield, third to first. Outfield, Reimold, Jones, and Markakis. Chad Moeller's doing the catching for the Orioles tonight, and Wieters is the designated hitter for the O's. Runner off first, and the 1-2. That's ripped into left field. That's a base hit. Laporta, boy, he's putting up some impressive numbers. And the Indians have 2 on and 1 down here in the 6th, trailing by a run.
It's his 6th hit in this series. He's hit a home run in last night's game. But they're finding out that he can swing the bat. Lefty, righty, doesn't make any difference.
This is the part of the order that's been the going concern, because you've got Laporta with a 10-game hit streak. Andy Marte comes to the plate. He's got a 10-game hit streak. And combined, Laporta's gone 3 for 3 and Marte's 1 for 2. So 4 of the 8 hits the Indians have come from these 2 players. Potential tying run at second. Valbuena's the runner out there, and a strike on the outside corner to Marte. Marte got a single in the 2nd inning and flied out in the 4th to center field. Orioles will play it straight away. Rain is let up again. High slider and a 1-ball 1-strike count. Brian Roberts, the second baseman, jockeying a bit with Valbuena just to make sure he doesn't walk off a big lead. Fouled off, and a 1-ball 2-strike count on Marte. 2 teams meeting for the first time this year, so late in the season. Exactly 1 year went by before these 2 teams played one another.
That's remarkable. The scheduling would be set up such that you wouldn't see a team for almost a full year.
1-2 delivery, and that's going to be fouled back. The left-handers on the season against Ray have a .406 batting average. Right-handers 235. Chris has given up 4 home runs, 3 to the lefties. One ball 2-strike count. Ray doing a little groundwork on the slab. One-two count. Runners off first and second. Check swing. Stayed inside.
Yeah, this is a splitter. They were trying to get it away, and it never really broke, and it kind of just sailed inside off the plate to Marte. Those numbers that Chris Ray gave up the left-hand hitter, I think those were early in the season when he didn't have very good command, and I think that really hurt him.
2-ball 2-strike delivery on the way. Outside with a slider. 3 balls 2 strikes 1 down. Valbuena, the lead runner at second. Laporta at first, both with singles. Ray ready, and the 3-2 runner's not going, and the ball lifted. It is deep if it stays fair, and goodbye home run. A 3 RBI homer by Andy Marte, who for the second time in this 3-game set has had a homer that has given the Indians the lead. The first one in game 1 was a game winner. This one puts them on top.
Well, you mentioned Laporta and Marte down in the order. They've done a job in this series. It's the first pitch slider for strike one. Missed with the fastball, 1-1. Inside split, pulled foul. Fought off on the fastball. There's another split. 2-2 breaking ball is down, and you could see a slider just never got to the outside part of the plate. Middle of the plate, stayed inside, didn't break away, and Marte hammered it.
He only has 3 home runs this year, and 2 of them have come in 3 days against the Orioles. Kelly Chopik will foul that one back. So Cleveland is on top by a score of 4-2.
Chris Ray had only allowed 1 earned run in his previous 15 games.
That clears the bases. Chopik a single and is flying out, and he'll take the pitch outside for a ball. And a 1-ball-1-strike count. Indians have the lead for the first time. Orioles had a 1-0 lead. Cleveland tied it. Orioles got ahead in the 5th. Now 3 runs in here in the top of the 6th inning for the Indians. 1-ball-2-strike count. Chopik doing the catching. Had a big time 0 for going. 0 for 23 before he picked up a single in the 4th inning. Batting at .205 in the year. And the fastball is right there. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Ray.
Chris Ray gets this ball to the outside corner, and Kelly Chopik can't do much about it. Fastball at 94 miles an hour on the outside block.
Here is Jimenez with 2 down and nobody on. He has grounded out and struck out. He'll foul that one off the mask. Jimenez has had a hit in 3 at-bats in the series. 9 hits on the board now for the Indians. This Indians offense has been very good. In the second half there, since the All-Star break, they put up some of the best offensive and pitching numbers in the American League. ERAs dropped way down. Runs have gone up. Batting average for the team has gone up. Indians are 22-17 in the second half of the season. The 4.2 ERA they've put up is 4th best in the American League since the All-Star break for Eric Wedge's Indians.
Now, Gary, there's a lot of opportunities here, and the players recognize you put up some numbers, you're going to have a chance to play next year.
That one may be playable. Wigginton, and nope, it'll end up in the seats. It's got to save the manager a lot of grief, but you've been there when you know you're not going anywhere in the postseason and you're trying to wind down 2 months. If you've got young players who have something to give, it's sometimes a lot easier than having veterans who just want to go home.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to prove themselves worthy of a great opportunity next year, and that's what Eric Wedge has with young players coming up. Marte, Laporta, guys that have just joined the team.
One-two count. 2 down, nobody on, and the 1-2 delivery. Jimenez will take it outside. And we want to welcome you who are watching on Masson HD, our bonus coverage here. We've had an hour and 37-minute rain delay that came in the 5th inning. Orioles just lost the lead. They came into the inning here up by 1, but a 3 RBI homer by Andy Marte has given Cleveland a 4-2 lead in the ballgame. Those of you who are watching the Cardinals 9-4 win over the Nationals. Gary Thorne, Buck Martinez, and Amber Theo Harris here at Camden Yards. And we welcome you on board. Pitch is taken up high. Chris Ray's on the mound for the Orioles, coming on in relief in this inning. Chris Tillman, a run on 6 hits over 5. The Orioles starter came up because of the long rain delay. 3-2 delivery. Reached for. In the air. Right field. Roberts out. Markakis in. Markakis will take it. And that will retire the side, but not before 3 are put up on the 3-run homer by Marte, and it is a 4-2 Indians lead. Rain had stopped to get the water out of the dugouts, so we had a rain and drain delay. Then in the 6th inning, Marte with 2 on delivers the long ball, and the Orioles' 1-run lead disappears, and the Indians have a 4-2 edge.
Chris Tillman was the pitcher of record at that time. It was 2-1, and then the 3-run home run by Marte, his second in the series. Chris Ray struck out the first batter. He faced Johnny Peralta, and then 3 consecutive hits capped off by the 3-run home run.
It's been a good ball game. Unfortunate for the rain delay. It was being well pitched. Jeremy Sowers, the starter for the Indians, he came out because of the rain delay. He was going to be the pitcher of record, but Rafael Perez is now. He's got a chance to be a winning pitcher in this ball game. 2 runs charged to Sowers, 4 2/3, 6 hits, a couple of walks and a strikeout. Nick Markakis hitting at .306. Nick had an RBI double in the 1st inning with 2 down. Jones drew a walk, and Adam would score on the double by Markakis. He is 1 for 2 in the ball game, and loops that one into left center field. That's going to be a base hit. Sizemore over to get it, and the Orioles have the leadoff man on in the 6th inning. I want to remind all the youth sports teams, coaches, and players that get in touch with the Orioles and sign up for the Youth Sports Day. It is Sunday, September 20 here at Camden Yards. The Red Sox will be in town. Any sports team, football, lacrosse, basketball, baseball, whatever, you're invited to take part in the pregame parade around Oriole Park and enjoy group pricing on tickets. 888-848-BIRD, Orioles.com for info. Nolan Reimold. He has grounded out, drawn a walk. Reimold's got a 4-game hit streak coming into the ball game, and he will take the pitch for a strike from Rafael Perez. Perez has been hit up hard this season. He's been up and down with the Indians and their minor league team. 3rd time he was recalled was August 7th. 0-1 delivery, and that pitch is taken inside for a ball. Since the recall, he's given up 5 runs and 12 hits in 9 innings, and before that it wasn't much better. Nicolayo and Bass in the bullpen. Well, Perez trying to get it figured out here in the final month of the season. Here's the 1-1 delivery on the way. Jammed him, but it misses. 2-1.
Joe Smith for the Indians, and working behind Rafael Perez, getting loose.
Sure.
Looking at lineups.
Likely story, Joe Smith.
Just that's what they told me.
2 ball, 1 strikeout on Reimold. They foul that one off. It's raining again. Then the count's 2-2. Nicole Sherry came out between innings talking to Tim Cheater, the crew chief. We are working with just 3 umpires in this game. Jeff Nelson had to go home for a family matter. So Bob Davidson, Angel Campos, and Tim Cheater are the umpires for the game. There's Tim. He's working second and third. 2-2 delivery on the way. Ground ball towards short. Backhanded by Cabrera. There's 1. There's 2.
We have seen 3 double plays tonight turned by the Indians, and this time Cabrera does use the backhand, and watch how he quickly throws, going away from second base, throws across his body right on the money to Valbuena. You can't throw a better feed from an awkward position. Look where that ball is. Right in his belly. Another great feed from Cabrera to Valbuena.
He is smooth, isn't he?
Wow.
He can really play short. You got 2 outstanding shortstops with his Torres and Cabrera in this game. 2 down, nobody on now. Here's Matt Wieters. Matt has a single and is flied out. 6-game hit streak for him. Boston's just wrapped up a 3-2 win against Toronto, so the top teams in the East, New York, Boston, and Tampa Bay, all won. And the Yankees' lead is still 6 games over the Red Sox. And Tampa Bay, really, their hope now is the wild card. They're 10.5 games off the lead in the division. 1-0 delivery by Perez, swung on a miss. That one really went down. 1-1.
And all the wild card teams won their games too, so the standings will remain the same. Boston has a 2.5 game lead over Texas and a 4.5 game lead over Tampa Bay. How about Scott Feldman? Another win on the road as they shut out Detroit. He is 14-4.
Foul back. He's a traveling man. Get him away from home, put him on a mound, he wins games.
10 wins, most in the American League. I believe he has the most in Major League Baseball, 10 wins on the road.
Boy, you love having those guys on your staff. Out of nowhere.
And Pudge Rodriguez hits a home run.
1 ball, 2 strikeout on Matt Wieters. And Matt takes one high and deep and foul. One and 2. I think they're probably about had it for the day. What do you think?
Yeah, it's about time to load everybody up.
Now it's time to say goodbye. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 down. Wieters. Couple of home runs have been hit tonight by this Indians team. The solo by Peralta, the 3 RBI shot by Marte. The Orioles have been out-homered here at home this season, 84-74 here at Camden Yards. Opponents with 10 more homers than the O's have. That'll be fouled off into the seats again. Wieters battling here with this 1-2 count. Matt is hitting .304 over the last 32 games. And that has put his season average up to .274 in the year.
Now, he's closing in on the rookie lead in batting average behind Gordon Beckham and Nolan Ryan. Beckham had an 0 for 4 tonight. He started out .277, Ryan 276, and Wieters .274 in 4th place.
Can't get much closer now. Down the line again, and that's going to be another souvenir. Going to keep the water from falling off the bill of the helmet there.
Matt has 63 hits for the season. Actually 64 now with a single. Boy, it's coming down again.
Yep, it's raining pretty hard. Crew has not come out, which would indicate either they're just going to give up on it or it's just going to be late. Swung on and missed. Waiters is retired. No runs on one hit, no errors, and nobody left. It is a 4-2 Cleveland lead.
Have traded Scott Kazmir to the Angels for a couple of minor leaguers. He will make his debut for the Halos on Wednesday. Also, the Rays activated Akinori Iwamura after he is recovered from left knee surgery. He went 1 for 2 with 2 runs scored tonight in the Rays win over Detroit. Also, the Twins get some much-needed bullpen help as they sign veteran reliever Ron Mayhay. He was designated for assignment by the Royals this week. He now also joins John Roush, who we reported last night was acquired from Arizona. He is also now with the Twins. Gary?
All right, Amber, and as expected, even after the trade deadline goes by, players continue to be moved here as clubs try and strike deals to help themselves, those in the races in particular.
Brian Bass comes out of the bullpen after Chris Ray worked an inning. Bass making his 40th appearance of the season. Trying to keep this a 2-run ball game as he works in the 7th inning. I mean, Rain is once again pretty steady.
I think the decision's been made. They're going to just play as long as possible. And right now it's playable. It'll be Tim Cheater's call, the crew chief. Sizemore has flied out 3 times, 2 to left, once to center. Bass has pitched to him, swung on and fouled off at the plate. That caught a piece of Wieters, of a Moeller rather. Grady Sizemore, 246, 18 homers, 62 RBIs. Sizemore has never hit well against the Orioles. 207 lifetime batting average against the O's for Grady Sizemore. And that pitch will be taken outside. Bass trying to keep it right where it is, give the offense a chance to get back. 2-1 delivery. Sizemore has interesting numbers in that regard. I mean, against the Orioles, he doesn't hit well. It's only a little better against the rest of the East, about 223. And against everybody else, he's a 290 hitter. So he needs to avoid the American League East at all costs. If it wasn't for the East, he'd be a 300 hitter. Grounded down to first base. Ty Wigginton getting a start there. Bass comes over to cover and takes the flip for the out. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Orioles may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. It was a dark and stormy night.
All night.
We were working the night shift out of Camden Yards. I'm Joe Friday. My partner's back. Base hit in center field for Cabrera. So he's got a 2 for 4 ball game, 2 singles. came in 9th in average in the American League. Could easily have had 3 hits, but for a great play by Adam Jones in the first inning, it robbed him of an extra base hit.
Yeah, he truly uses the whole field too. He's hit the ball to the power alley in left field. That was in his first at bat, and then he's got a single to right and a single to center.
Sin-Soo Choo. 1 down. Choo takes it outside. And that will bring Chad Moeller out to talk to Bass. 1-0 count, 1 down. This is the 4-game series. Game 3 tonight. Tomorrow afternoon, these two teams will round out the series with Brian Mattis going against Justin Masterson. Game at 1:35. 1 o'clock goes extra. Then the Yankees will be in town Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday nights. Guthrie, Hernandez, and Birkin against Pettit, Burnett, and CC Sabathia. Sabathia is going to be going for his 16th win for the Yankees, who clobbered the White Sox 10-0 on a combined 1-hitter today at the stadium. One way to get your drinking water, open wide. Bass comes inside with it, and a 2-0 count.
Yeah, that loss at the hands of the Yankees set Ozzie Guillen off again.
No.
Yeah.
Say it's not so.
Said that everybody in that room should be embarrassed. Anytime you make more errors than hits that you collected, you should be embarrassed, and everybody should be ashamed of the game they played. Doesn't mince his words, Gary. No.
I can't believe that out of Ozzie.
They have not played well, and they've committed so much money to Alex Rios and Jake Peavy.
Oof. And a strike taken.
$115 million. Pick up those two players, and Peavy hasn't even
put on the uniform yet.
Not yet, no.
And by the time he gets there, White Sox are going to be out of it.
Yeah, it might be too late. He was supposed to, and they were hoping that he would make the start today against the Yankees, but they had to go back to Ozzie Guillen, or to Jose Contreras, who Ozzie Guillen said he didn't want to pitch anymore.
And the reason is he gave up 8 runs on 9 hits and 3 1/3 today. That one to left field, Nolan Raimo, and he's got it. Choo is retired. 2 down, runner back to first, Cabrera. Time to text in your vote for the AT&T player of the game. Candidates tonight is Torres. He's had a triple RBI, couple of hits in the ball game. Tillman, a good performance, 5-inning, a run on 6-hit performance on the mound. And Marte, who's continued hot. He's had a 3 RBI homer, 2 for 3 in the game. Text in your vote A, B, or C to 51862. Johnny Peralta with the runner going halfway and turning around. I don't know what he was doing there. Cabrera took off. He had a great jump, and then he just stopped.
Yeah, I just don't think he was that comfortable with his footing. He got a pretty decent jump and really took 3 full strides before he decided to stop.
Peralta's homer, his 11th, came in the 4th inning. 3 hits, 9 at bats in this series. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Down to third and fouled off. 2-strike count on Johnny Peralta. Johonny. Johnny. Listen, we got an hour and 37-minute rain delay. What do you want? Huh? We're just pointing out those interesting tidbits that are left. Runner goes, throw down by Chad Moeller, and that's going to go into center field. Cabrera's on his way to third. Question here about interference, I believe. Chad Moeller has asked the home plate umpire to ask for help, and he gets it. He gets the out. Good call by Moeller, the catcher. Take a look here.
He went far enough. He was called for a strike 3 and no throw at all necessary.
So got him out on the strikeout. Runner left on. are showing it here again in this game. We saw it in game 1 of this series. They got shut down last night, but they've come back here and got a 10-hit ball game going.
Well, Gary, you know what's going on with the Indians after they lose Mark De La Rosa and they lose Victor Martinez. There's a lot of opportunities out there for players to make an impression on this coaching staff and the manager, Eric Wentz. So they're taking advantage of it. Matt Laporta comes up from the minor leagues. They're going to try him in left field. He's been swinging a hot bat. And Andy Marte has been a guy they've had for a couple of years now, and they want to see what kind of hitter he can become now as a first baseman.
Now the Orioles have had comeback wins this season late in ball games. Their offense has been almost as hot as the Cleveland offense coming out of the last 30 days in particular. So they can still got the at-bats to go here, and the same thing can be said for the Oriole hitters.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time, and certainly with the way Nick Markakis is swinging the bat of late, he's got 2 hits tonight, including an RBI double. There's a lot of balance in this attack right now, and everybody can really contribute. Now they've gone to the right-hander Joe Smith in relief of Rafael Perez, who worked an inning and a third here. So they'll have an opportunity against the right-handed offerings of Joe Smith. The thing about this Indians pitching staff is the bullpen has been a little bit better in the second half as well. Chris Perez and Jess Todd have come over from the St. Louis Cardinals, of course. They've got the great closer down there, and Kerry Wood, who's done a nice job for him closing up games.
There's the Indians bullpen. So Rafael Perez leaves working an inning and a third, giving up 1 hit and getting 1 strikeout. He could be the winning pitcher. We are playing in a steady, light rain.
It's light for you and I. It's not so light for them.
It's not light out there, I guarantee it. 4-10-0 for the Indians, 2-7-0 for the Orioles. Slider is in there for a strike from Smith to Mora. Melvin has popped out, struck out. He has picked up 3 hits in the series, going 3 for 10 so far. The umbrella's out, fans hanging on. Swung out and missed. Oh my gosh.
Not often you get to stand in the rain and play in the rain, huh?
No. Especially at 11 o'clock at night. Do you know where your children are? Here's the 1-2 delivery. Another one of those sweeping slider pitchers by a guy named Joe Smith.
Joe Smith came over from the New York Mets. He pitched the last 2 seasons with the Mets, working out of the bullpen. Last year, he had 82 appearances in New York. He was quiet in the deal along with Valbuena. He had gone from the Mets to Seattle, and then when Franklin Gutierrez was traded from Cleveland to Seattle, they picked up Joe Smith and Luis Valbuena.
3-2 delivery. Melvin Moore on the inside out to center. Sizemore there. Moore is retired. 1 away in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Tony Sipp, who has appeared in the series, is in the bullpen. With another game tomorrow and a string of games coming for the Indians, they will not want to overuse this bullpen, so we'll probably get to see a new pitcher each inning, working up to the closer. 1 down, bases empty. Ty Wigginton. Wigginton getting the start at first base. Dave Tremblay wanting to get the right-handed lineup in against the left-handers. Wigginton has picked up a single, scored a run, and hit into a double play. Tremblay putting Wieters in the DH role and catching Chad Moeller. Hit that one off his foot.
Anytime you have that sinking fastball down and in on right-handed hitters, that's what you normally do. You top that ball, go right down into your leg and your foot. And gets one upstairs. Plenty of time, as Gary mentioned. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning, and roll this lineup over, and Esturris has a triple, and he's driven in a run. Markakis has 2 hits, including a double. Ooh. Did a good job of spoiling that sweeping breaking ball. Ty Wigginton's made some adjustments to his hitting approach. He's moved his hands a little bit further away from his body than he's had them. He says it gives him a little bit better timing. Always been very active with his hands.
That slider again. 1-2. That is about the biggest slider that you'll see. that is a true slider. That thing's just going sideways on the way to the plate. 1-2 delivery on the way. Comes back inside, and a 2-ball 2-strike count on Wigginton.
Yeah, that's one thing you can do with that sidearm delivery. You can really throw that frisbee breaking ball and then use the 2-seam inside, and now you've got Wigginton dealing with both sides of the plate. Sidearm delivery really left it inside off the plate.
2-2 delivery, Wigginton. And the count goes to 3-2. Orioles down here by a score of 4-2. Few fine plays made defensively by Cleveland, including the double plays in this ball game. 3 of them really mattered. And a strikeout recorded by Smith. Only 3 strikeouts in the ball game, 1 each for the 3 pitchers for the Indians.
Boy, this is a tough pitch after Smith had thrown so many pitches inside. You can see Wigginton pulls off it. It's way on the outer part of the plate and then breaks off the plate.
2 down, Chad Moeller. Moeller a single and a sacrifice, playing in a steady rain. And that will be inside for a ball. Took a little off that pitch, and it gets fouled off. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Big game on the West Coast. The Giants and Colorado playing in a matchup. 2 teams contending for the wild card. Giants have got a 5-0 lead deep into the ball game. They're in the 8th inning. Lost in that game, and the Rockies are in trouble. 1 ball, 2 strike count.
Yeah, the Rockies, well, they're still leading that wild card race, but they would then have just a 1-game lead over the Giants. How about Barry Zito? He's the pitcher tonight. He's been throwing the ball well lately.
Colorado had the great spurt to get themselves back into it. Some 45 days worth of outstanding baseball. They've come back to the pack a little bit now. They are another surprise team. I think fair to say the Giants are somewhat of a surprise.
Yeah, they are. No question about it. They had the pitch, and we didn't know how their hitting was going to fare, but they've made a couple of key additions, and most recently they had to put Freddie Sanchez on the disabled list.
1-2 delivery is outside.
Don't look now, but the Atlanta Braves could be 3.5 back in the wild card race.
How are they doing that?
They beat up Cliff Lee tonight. They hit 3 home runs against Cliff Lee in Philadelphia, and he was roughed up his first bad outing in the National League.
Amazing performance by a team that has really struggled. 2-2, and that one hit in the air to deep left field. Chad Moeller got it, and it is gone. Goodbye, home run, and a 1-run ball game.
Well, Chad battled some tough pitches and hung in there against the sidearmer Joe Smith, and he has made it a 1-run game. Out over the plate, 2-2 fastball, good extension right there, and he drives it into the seats for Moeller, his 2nd home run of the season. 2 hits and a sacrifice bunt in tonight's game, and he had 2 hits in 2 trips in Minnesota in his last game, and he's knocked out Joe Smith.
Chad Moeller will knock Smith out of the ball game. Moeller's other home run, April 15 against Texas. Chad Moeller makes it a 4-3 Cleveland lead.
wrapped in saran wrap. He's good.
No, they gave us saran wrap at the ballpark, but apparently yet another sponsor. Oh, Lord. Here's Tony Sipp.
Tony Sipp in to face Brian Roberts. It's a one-run game here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th inning. His 34th appearance. He, like Rafael Perez, has been back and forth between AAA and Cleveland.
3 of the 4 pitchers used tonight by Eric Wedge have been left-handers. Brian Roberts will take the off-speed delivery for a strike. Roberts has had an 0 for 3. He is 0 for 9 in the series now. Johnny Peralta denied him a bunt single back in the first inning on a real good play at third base. 0-1 delivery is a strike on the outside corner. Brian only 2 hits in his last 24 at-bats. .26-year-old lefty delivers the 0-2 and Roberts is gone. Sipp gets the strikeout, so each of the 4 pitchers for the Indians has had 1 strikeout. 1 run. Moeller delivering the home run, his 2nd of the season, pulls the Orioles to within a run. $16 months, your favorite Oriole players, their pets, lovable dogs, cats from SPCA. Proceeds will benefit the Maryland SPCA and their work with local homeless pets. To get your calendar, Orioles.com. Just check in there. You'll find it.
Well, we got a 1-run game here now, and it's up to Brian Bass to turn it back over to the hitters, see if he can have another scoreless inning here. He lost his footing on that last. Chad Moeller's 2nd home run of the season has made it a 1-run game. Bass is working in his 2nd inning.
Orioles have gone 14-19 in 1-run games. Indians have won 18 1-run ball games, losing 10. We go to the 8th inning. Bass out of the stretch to work here to Louisville Buena. Buena in the ball game has picked up a single, 1 for 3. 3-run homer by Marte, a solo shot by Peralta are the 4 runs for the Indians in the ball game. Markakis an RBI, Izturis an RBI, and Moeller an RBI for the Orioles. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Rain is stopped. Laporta, Marte. This has been the tough part of the order, not just in this game but in this series for the Orioles. Well, Buena's picked up 3 hits in 12 at bats. batting at .245 on the season. Valbuena stranded 7 runners in the ball game last night. The Orioles won it. Foul back. So he's wanted a piece of the action in this game. 2-ball, 2-strike count from Bass. Two slider. The Orioles bullpen comes into today's play ranked 11th in ERA. They have allowed the 11th most home runs. The numbers have improved a bit, as generally the Orioles last season, their bullpen was at the bottom in those categories. They've moved it up a couple, 3 places. And that is going to be a leadoff walk. So Valbuena is on. That is the first walk the Oriole pitchers have surrendered in the game.
Yeah, and it's a tough walk here in the top of the 8th inning. This is a potent part of the order. The way Laporta, Marte, and even Kelly Shopik tonight, who has snapped an extended hitting slump. They've delivered some key hits, of course. The Marte 3-run home run back in the 6th inning.
So Laporta with a 3-for-3 ball game, 3 singles and a run scored. Ball's going to get away, but hurt at first base is Valbuena. Ball hit him, and that will bring Eric Wedge and the trainer out.
Not sure where that ball hit him, but as he dives back into first base, quick throw from Bass, hit him right in the ribs. He reaches and extends that right hand to get back on the base, and it looked like that ball caught him right below the shoulder. Yep. Probably knocked the wind out of him a little bit, hitting right back of that shoulder blade, and feels like he's going to be all right.
Trainer picked his arms up and said, "Does it hurt when you do this?" He said, "Yeah." So he said, "Well, don't do that," and turn around and went back to the dugout.
Yeah, you don't need to do that when you're running.
A Henny Youngman joke.
You might have to explain who Henny Youngman
is. He was a comedian about 4 decades ago or more. Matt Laporta waiting on the first pitch and takes a strike on the outside corner.
One thing we have seen from Matt Laporta is he really handles the inner half of the plate well. Last night he hit that home run against Clay Meredith, the inside pitch, probably off the plate inside, and he opened up and really hit it hard, but he's handled the inner half very well throughout this series.
0-1. That one down the line. That is a fair ball. Laporta's on his way to third. Marquez will pick it up. Skinner will hold the runner at third base. And that ball going off Valbuena probably prevented him from going to second base on the throw over. And that, for the moment at least, has saved a run.
Another pitch on the inner part of the plate, and look at how he inside outs and hits it down the right field line. I mean, he has hit everything. That's his 4th hit tonight. First to the opposite field. He ends up at second base with a double, and the Indians have something going here. It's going to draw the infield in. Nobody out in the 8th inning.
The Indians leading by a run, trying to get the run back that came on the Moeller home run, and Chad Moeller will head out to talk with Bass now. That's the 11th hit in the ball game for the Indians. 2 on, in scoring position, and nobody out. Shopik. He has singled, 1 for 3 in the ball game, getting out of the 0 for 23 that he had before he picked up that base hit. Bass delivers the strike. For Laporta, with the 4-hit ball game, best he had this season was a 2-hit game. He had 4 2-hit games. That's his first 4-hit ball game. He's on at second. Valbuena at third. 0-1 delivered, and that will be taken down low. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
Marte, with his 3-run home run in this game, has 15 RBIs in 75 at bats.
Hot bat at the plate. 1-1 delivery. Ground ball to third. Mora, runner stays. Mora still has time and gets the out.
I'm not sure if that didn't hit Melvin on the bare hand. Watch how it kicks up. You got time to play it off the ground. Checks the runner at third base and throws Marte out. Boy, that's a big out.
Well, Marte retired. Mora regrouping for a minute. Still 2 in scoring position, but now 1 away. Kelly Shopik with a single. Stands in.
I wouldn't be surprised if they try to squeeze here with Shopik, given the fact that he has really scuffled swinging the bat.
And with Melvin getting hit, it looked like on the hand. Infield stays in. Shopik will foul it off. Shopik hitting only 188 for the month of August. Somewhat ironically, he's got 3 home runs, tied with Valbuena for the home run lead in the month, but he's only had a total of 9 hits. 3 of them have been home runs. 0-1 count on him. Fastball by Bass is up high. Shopik has really struggled to get runs in. He's a 177 average with runners in scoring position.
This is a big run for them. 8th inning, trying to add to that 1-run lead.
Runners off second and third, and the 1-1 delivery. Taken for a strike. Bass gets ahead of him, 1-2. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and got him. So Shopik retired on a strikeout. Wants to argue about it with Bob Davidson.
Well, Bob Davidson's probably not in the mood to have too much of a discussion with Kelly Shopik, so Shopik wisely turns and goes back to the dugout. That looked like it might have caught the outside corner. Shopik felt he had a pretty good look at it and can't believe it's strike 3.
2 down. Jamie Carroll is coming out to be the pinch hitter. Shopik goes back. Bass and Moeller conferring with the pinch hitter coming up. So Carroll will hit in the number 9 spot for Jimenez, who had an 0 for 3.
Well, this makes you believe that Travis Hafner is not available. He didn't start the game, and he's had some shoulder problems on and off coming back after that shoulder surgery last year. Didn't start tonight against Tillman, and now with Jamie Carroll pinch hitting, it suggests to me that he's not physically able.
Yep. So Carroll, who is 1 for 6 as a pinch hitter, but batting .285 overall, a couple of home runs, 20 RBIs. Jamie Carroll, 2 down, 2 in scoring position. Bass trying to work his way out of what looked like and what was a real problem. 2 on in scoring position with nobody out. Marte in a ground ball. Runner did not go at third, and then Shopik on the strikeout. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Carroll will take the pitch inside for a ball. Jamie Carroll had a fractured hand to start the year, so he ended up on the DL. May have did cost him playing time, and it's been tough for him to pick some of that playing time back up again. 228 at bats, and to get about half of what he'd like to have had on the year. 1-1 delivery on a check swing will be pop foul into the seats, and a 1-ball 2-strike count.
Boy, this would be a great job by Brian Bass to get out of this inning without giving up a run after a leadoff walk and a double. Got Marte on a grounder to third and struck out Kelly Shopping. Love to see him finish it off here.
Carroll an 0 for 4 in the first game of this series. 2 on, 2 down. 1-2 delivery. Jamie Carroll punches it into center field. 1 run in. Jones up. Here's the throw. Laporta coming, and he is out. Adam Jones on the throw to the plate will get Laporta, but Carroll will get a pinch hit RBI single, scoring Valbuena, adding another run. Jones up. Chad Moeller's got it in plenty of time for the out. Working, so that took a little extra time, and we now go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Jamie Carroll will stay in the ball game, playing in right field.
Well, what a big pinch hit for Jamie Carroll. Knocked in a run and had another thrown out at the plate.
21st RBI for Carroll, extending that lead to 5-3, and a 12-hit ball game for the Indians now. 5-12-0. Orioles 3-8-0. Sip on the mound, came on to get the final out. Starts here with his Turris, an RBI triple, 2 for 3 in the ball game. Also has a single. Bullpen's going to get a lot of use in this game. That pitch is in the dirt, raining again, and a 1-ball 1-strike count. The Indians have now had 10 or more hits in 11 of their last 14 games. Their offense, second half after the All-Star break, has really produced. 1-1 delivery as Torres takes the pitch, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, I think the competition has really pushed the guys to really have great at bats. Doug Shelton, the hitting coach, has done a nice job of incorporating the younger players into this hitting philosophy. Eric Wedge has got to be pleased with the effort he's seen in the second half.
They're averaging 5 runs a ball game second half of the season. Orioles had the big 13-run outburst on 15 hits in the ball game last night. Now down by 2 in this one. 2-2 delivery is Turris in the air. Center field. Sizemore into the rain. He's got it. 1 away, bottom of the 8th. Adam Jones walked and scored in the first inning when they were 2 down. He got on, and Markakis brought him home with an RBI double. Hitting at .281. Adam will stand in with the bases empty. Orioles, with that outburst they had last night with those 13 hits, up their home average by 2 more points. They're hitting .295 at home and .246 on the road. They continue to have the largest differential in the league between home and road batting average. Terry Crowley would like to take some of that on the road when they go, but they certainly use it here at home. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Fastball away by Sip.
Of course, that road batting average, a direct result and a direct contributor to the fact they've only won 22 games on the road. 22-44 on the road this year.
Trying to get back to 500 at home. They're a game under that right now. Here's the 1-1 delivery. Jam shot, foul back, and a 1-ball 2-strike count.
Well, we haven't seen Adam Jones really react to anything indicating he's having trouble with his back. He made a terrific play to start the game. Second batter of the game. He robbed Asdrubal Cabrera of an extra base hit up against the wall in left field. Taking some big hacks tonight, and I don't see any effects of the back problem whatsoever.
One ball, 2-strike delivery. Inside out again.
Now he'd love to get on board for Nick Markakis here. Obviously down by 2 in the 8th inning. Nick's had another good night at the plate. A double in the first, drove in a run. A single in the 6th, 2 for 3 with an RBI.
Tony Sip with a 1-2 delivery. And Adam Jones goes down swinging. Sip with 2 strikeouts, and there are 2 away in the 8th inning. Orioles on a 10-game homestand. They have the 4 against Cleveland. Just a good fastball right there. And then the Yankees coming in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night for 3. A day off Thursday, and Texas in for the weekend. Friday, Saturday nights, and Sunday afternoon. Obviously big games for Texas as they continue to try and apply a wild card spot, or maybe run down the Angels. Nick Markakis 2 for 3 in the ball game, a single, a double, and RBI. Tomorrow's the 4th game of the set against the Indians. Brian Mattis 2-2, and Justin Masterson 1:35 first pitch. Owes extra at 1 o'clock. One to Markakis. Shortstop Cabrera. He's done it. And Sip retires the side in order. 8 complete here at Camden Yards. The Indians lead it by 2. Martinez, number Theo Harris, Camden Yards. The Orioles down a couple going to the 9th inning. She's not giving up. Clay Meredith comes on to pitch.
Meredith worked an inning in last night's game. Gave up a leadoff home run to Matt Laporta, and then got a double play and a ground ball out to end the inning. Trying to keep it a 2-run game here. Extra insurance run on Jamie Carroll's pinch hit single into center.
And that pitch will be taken inside for a ball. Top of the order getting Grady Sizemore. He's had an 0 for 4. 3 for 13 in the series, batting at .245. 1-1. Bass a couple of innings. Gave up the run on 3 hits. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. 1-1 delivery. Sizemore is going to take that one to the gap in left center. Orioles were not playing him that way. He thought about 2. Good hustle by Adam Jones. Gets it back in and holds Sizemore to a single. 13th hit of the ball game for Cleveland.
Yeah, and you talked about what a good hitting club this is. Sizemore, his first hit in 5 trips tonight, goes the opposite way, and Jones does a heck of a job of getting around this ball, getting it back to the infield to keep Grady Sizemore at first base.
Asdrubal Cabrera with a runner at first. Cabrera's had 2 hits, 2 for 4. Pitch outside for a ball. 2 singles in the ball game. 4 for 11 against the Orioles. 9th best average coming in. Now batting at .316. Throw over to get Sizemore back. 13 stolen bases in 21 chances for Grady Sizemore. He's got a big lead, and there he goes. That's going to be caught. And a double play as Roberts will flip it over to first base. 2 down.
Boy, Cabrera again hits the ball right on the button. Nice diving grab by Brian Roberts, and it was academic. Grady Sizemore was already at second base. There's Sizemore cutting in front of Roberts, who spears the line drive. Got plenty of time to go to first base for the double play. Cabrera has been on everything, and in this time he just hit it right at Brian Roberts.
Reaction? Yep. Big play. Clay Meredith misses down low for a ball. Chew up. 2 down and the bases empty. 0 for 4 in the ball game. Orioles in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Reimold, Wieters, and Mora will be due up. One delivery. Chu will take it outside. Yankees 10-0 over the White Sox. Tampa Bay 3-1 over Detroit. Texas shut out Minnesota 3-0. Boston held on to win against Toronto 3-2. Finals in the American League. So all of the leaders won.
Tampa Bay got a nice start from David Price, and he's going to be very important for this team, given the fact they've traded Scott Kazmir. Price is going to have to pick up some of the slack. Andy Sonnenstein is going to come up and take the spot in the rotation vacated by Kazmir, who's going to the Angels.
Chu. Foul ball. Count stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Orioles came in 20-27 in games started by left-handers. Sowers, while non-decisioned in the ball game, did a good job. Couple of runs, 6 hits, 4 2/3. Came up because of the rain delay.
I would have liked to have seen both Tillman and Sowers able to continue without that rain. They were both pitching very well and taking advantage of some great defense behind them.
2 ball, 2 strike delivery. 24,358 the announced attendance. here at Camden Yards tonight, and a few are left. It's been a long night at the yard. Fouled off by Chu.
There, you mentioned the leaders in the American League. The Angels have just been tied up by the Oakland A's, and Texas won tonight. If Oakland can come back and knock off the Angels, Texas would be 3 back.
Can you believe that?
No.
No, I can't either. Towering fly ball center field. Jones going back. And up and makes the catch again. The second spectacular catch by Adam Jones in this ball game tonight. He got one in the first inning. He gets another in the ninth.
It's getting set to bat in the bottom of the ninth. The interesting conclusion coming up. Back to the booth, Gary and Buck.
All right, Jim and Rick, thank you. And it is a 5-3 ball game. We'll not see the closer as such. Chris Perez is going to come on to do the pitching in a save situation rather than Kerry Wood.
Now, Chris Perez has made 19 appearances since coming over in a deal with the Cardinals and sent Dr. Rosa to St. Louis. Perez has got a big arm. 5 walks, 22 strikeouts in 18 2/3 innings. They thought he was going to be the closer in St. Louis this year. Got off to a shaky start. And then Ryan Franklin took over, and he has really grabbed a hold of that job and been very steady for them in the back end. Kerry Wood gets the night off tonight, and Perez is asked to close this.
So the Orioles will try and get it done here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Reimold hit into a double play, grounded out, and has walked in the game. Reimold, Wieters, and Moore due up against Chris Perez. 1 for 3 save opportunities. That save came on May 10. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Reimold. Check swing, ground ball. It's going to stay on the grass, and the tag will be made. Andy Marte, 1 down in the ninth inning. Updating you on the voting for the AT&T Player of the Game tonight is Torres on top right now. Tillman and Marte, your choices A, B, or C. You can still vote. 51862. Final results coming up on the O's Extra postgame show. Wieters, a 1 for 3 in the ball game. He's singled. San Francisco has defeated Colorado by a score of 5-3 in their ball game. So the wild card lead is now down to 1 game. Colorado ahead of the Giants.
Pablo Sandoval homering for the 2nd consecutive game. He had a leg injury, was out of the lineup, came back last night, homered, did the same tonight. Barry Zito with another good outing.
Wieters will take it. The Dodgers won their ball game today, so Colorado is now 5 games out, tied with the Giants. Or the Giants remain 6 games out, sorry. Colorado second in the West. Here's the 0-2 delivery. Wieters will take the slider inside.
Giants winning the first 2 games of that 3-game set have Matt Cain going to tomorrow's game at 12-4 against Jason Hamill. Jason Marquis was the pitcher tonight for Colorado. He was looking for his 15th win.
1-2 delivery on the way. Wieters down the line and into the stands. What a catch! Matt Laporta. A long way to go, and he went into the stands and hauls it in to retire Wieters.
Boy, a great effort by Laporta. He's had 4 hits tonight. Look at the concentration, leaning well into the seats to catch it. And this guy is just now learning to play the outfield. Boy, what an effort by Laporta.
You just tip your cap on that one. And there are 2 down. This has been a night of some real defensive gems. Melvin Moore takes the strike 0 for 3, 2 away, 9th inning.
And you got to tip your cap to the players when you have almost a 2-hour rain delay to maintain that kind of focus and effort. It's pretty impressive.
Yep.
Both sides.
0-1 delivery. Moore showed bunt, takes it. Rafael Perez stands to get the victory in this ball game. It would be his 4th against 2 losses. Chris Ray, if nothing changes here, will take the loss. He'll be 0-2. 0-2 delivery on the way and fouled away. Save opportunity for Chris Perez to be his 2nd of the year. Orioles, though, through Melvin Moore, trying to keep this alive. Two delivery. Mora will take it up high. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Perez added to the roster at the end of June. Trying to pick up a save. 1-2 delivery. Mora launches that one to the gap in left center field. Not done yet. Melvin Mora makes the big turn. The throw will send him back to first base. Melvin Mora gets the single. Can't chance making the out at second to end the ball game, and Luke Scott will be the pinch hitter. Scott for Wigginton.
Didn't get to start tonight against Jeremy Sowers, the left-hander, so he comes off the bench representing the tying run with 2 outs here in the 9th. He is 1 for 5 as a pinch hitter this year with an RBI.
Orioles get their 9th hit on the Melvin Morris single with 2 down. The big shift that Cleveland has used against Scott is implemented here. Scott will take it up high for a ball. Luke Scott has had to wait about 5 hours to get this at bat. 1-0 delivery to him. Playable. Center fielder Sizemore, and this game is in the books. And the Indians come away with a come from behind 5-3 win against the O's, taking 2 of the first 3. The season series will conclude tomorrow. Brian Mattis takes them out again.